I wish I knew that there was... I don't know what to call them. The opposite of stupid. I wish I knew that there was not stupid people that we could potentially talk to. Because I feel like everybody is stupid. And only by becoming not stupid will they be not stupid, you know? So it's hey, stupid motherfuckers, you know? Like, how... Are there any not stupid people to address when we start? Potentially.
Yeah, out there somewhere. I hold out hope, but the evidence shows otherwise.
Somebody's like, I know exactly what you're saying. We gotta get together and we gotta fucking figure shit out, you know?
Yeah, some person out there just cruising around.
I'm hitting reds.
Oh, we need to open up the hub thingy.
And I don't know if should we see how the music sounds since we changed it?
Yeah.
Oh. Ew, what the fuck is that creature? It's so 1984. Transvestite Day of Visibility. You're hiding. And you're pretending what you are making visible, you are not describing well yourself. You are making your insanity visible. You're making your pain visible. You're making your dementedness, your perversion visible.
Yeah.
And none of this can be known for what it is 100% unless we filter out the bad. Unless people decide to filter out the bad. But even that fucking O'Keefe guy, if there is salvation for him, he'll only look for it in the things that he's already familiar with.
Yeah.
Maybe
outside...
he'll find like more God stuff to do, or anything that has been controlling him, he will continue to let control him instead of finding his own fucking control.
The answer to the problems of politics is not more politics.
Mm-hmm.
What fucking sense does that make?
He's fucking bombarded with the politics, and then he's still... Okay, so... we watched that that one time he tried to talk to that fucking little college rat.
Uh-huh.
Did he make any good points that were solid, inarguable? I would say no. Neither did that other guy, but that other guy got to talk more about his dumb shit. Instead of, and since this is, you're either going to be louder or you're going to be smarter. So if you're not going to be loud, if you're going to be louder than them, then you're going to be like them.
Yeah.
If you're not going to be louder than them, but not smarter than them,
where's your advantage?
There's no advantage for you, but for those invalids. If you're not as loud and you do it smarter, what does that look like? Well, it would be because the enemy is louder, they are exposing themselves more to anybody who's listening. What you have to do is pick apart what makes that person so bad, so wrong.
Yeah.
And how else do you do that but point out patterns and contradictions?
Yeah. So you're attacking someone. You're trying to defeat the enemy. The loudness is their armor. So are you going to fight where they're the loudest? Or are you going to go around, like, I see your loudness, but your
what are your advantages and disadvantages?
You have holes that that this loud armor makes.
Hey,
because...
you stupid fucking men, right? You men who watch the History Channel like my father used to, finding out where Hitler went wrong and how the axis of evil and the axis of good, blah, blah, blah. I was thinking of a conspiracy theory bullshit I saw that was relating women to Jew, because the Jewish thing has X's in it and the Mason thing has X's and we got 2 X's. And I said the axis of evil is like, hey. And the axis of the 2 fucking... Okay, anyway. I got distracted, so I had to mention it. I felt like I should mention it to see if it would work instead of being silent trying to regroup myself.
Yeah.
So, I'm gonna learn whether that was a good idea or not. Men fucking play war games all the fucking time.
Yeah.
So now you don't know war by being in it. The experience of it, the hows and whys of defending yourself, of staying alive, of winning. It's only by the server rules. It's only by how the thing is coded. Because now there's many ways things are coded, but life is only coded, war in real life is only coded one motherfucking way.
Yeah.
So now they have no association to the self and self-reliance, fucking knowing what is and what isn't. The whole fucking system is fucked.
Yeah.
So how are they gonna know that they're even in a fucking mind war? How are they gonna know that they're being fucking conquered? That they have been conquered for the beginning of time? The people who started all of this, whatever, I guess you could also say that they were conquered because they did not know themselves. They knew what they liked. They knew that they were in a position to take stuff if they could go to war successfully, but they did not know what it was to be the individual that they are as well as we could right now because of all the mistakes that's happened throughout the past that we've recorded. And we see that the mind has always been a means to win wars. They tried spreading propaganda. Wasn't just some shit that happened in communist Russia or whatever. Lying. That's all that if you add politics in, oh, it's socialism made propaganda and the definition is when the government blah blah blah. No, propaganda is lying and people have been doing that for fucking ever. If you separate those two, you can't see exactly what a fucking lie is.
Yeah.
So we've never had things that we think we've always had and we're losing right now. However, because people are gaining it instead of us, there are parts of ourselves that we could keep, like the Christians, for example. They were willing to die because they didn't want to know what other people were telling them. No, Rome is not the people, the thing that I follow the rules of. It's God. And these rules contradict each other. So I have to choose, and I'm choosing God, and also I get to go to heaven when you fucking kill me. We don't have any of that anymore.
No.
So we have to, from you are here and you want the hurt to stop, we have to start relying on the self. What does fucking Keith Oberman or James Bomberman?
James O'Keefe.
James O'Keefe. He's not relying on himself. His first mistake was letting his fucking company be a public thing where
he no longer had control.
Yeah. And that should have been the lesson. I mean, it would have been nice, I guess, if it was the lesson, but it wasn't. But he's still, that same lesson is the thing that's fucking hurting him. He's not learning that lesson, so it's gonna be an offensive tactic for his enemies. And it's easier to know offense than defense.
Yeah.
I think with children, you go forth and explore. You don't sit there and wait for stuff to come to you as much.
Yeah.
You know?
I would agree.
Things are forced on you when you're a child, but you choose to look around. There's always... The baby is observing. The baby is going out to get signals, sending signals to have those signals be sent back to them.
Yeah.
So by that, it's easier to be offensive than defensive. The first instinct is offense rather than defense. Defense is like second thought, you know?
Yeah.
Oh shit, what do? I have to make a decision because something was presented to me, as opposed to I made the decision to go out. Mm-hmm. Like being kicked out of the bird's nest versus being able to take your time and decide to go out.
Yeah. Two very different things.
And nobody sees those tiny little differences in life because they're too busy. Those are the things you get to accumulate and have a knowledge of when you follow the system of weeding out all the bullshit. Well, why do teachers suck? Why do I have such a bad relationship with school? Is it just because people were trying to teach me things? Is it the environment? There are ways to measure all of these tiny experiences, but huge experiences that we've had throughout our whole lives.
Yeah.
If you think your teachers could have fucking lied to you, if you see teachers lying to fucking children now, well, is it a state-sanctioned school?
Yeah.
Chances are we've all been, how many private schools? And then that's a whole other thing where it's just, you eventually realize everyone is just stupid and corrupted because they see an advantage and then, well, I guess I'll take it. Because, you know.
They can.
Yeah.
Whether it's good for everybody else, if that advantage has detriments, is contributing to a system where the problems that they suffer, that they don't like, generate from. So they see an advantage, but they don't, well, they think they see an advantage, but they don't realize that they're causing problems for themselves because they don't understand what something good is and what something bad is.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's been a saying going around and for a long time that it's important, it's good to learn from your mistakes, learn from the past, right?
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, history is bound to repeat itself.
Fucking Battlestar Galactica. If it all happened before, it'll all happen again.
So,
God, that's so us right now. Battlestar Galactica, everybody's in their ships trying to find, I have an allegiance with people on the ship because we rely on each other, but also the military's here, also the government, also my family that lives on other ships, and...
It's like Battle, but instead of the Cylons chasing them, it's themselves. They're like jumping and running out of resources and doing all this stuff.
And it is themselves because we control the people around us. McDonald's exists because you stupid idiots fucking eat it.
Yeah. If you stop eating it, then they don't have any way to make money. There's nobody giving them the money, which is the sustenance
and also,
that drives the business.
If you need to fucking buy McDonald's for some once in a while, then hey, how about stop feeling nostalgia for the old McDonald's commercials, you know?
Yeah.
Every time you see McDonald's, be like, that shit is so gross. Really taste it when you taste it, and then take the opportunity to make shit yourself. I guess I should, you gotta fix your fucking... If you're eating McDonald's, that means you have to go to the direction of making shit yourself. And if you have no time to do that, then you have to change the way the people are controlling your own time.
Yeah. There's a lot of things wrong you got to do to fix it. It's not just one thing.
Yeah, and also you have to realize, you have to see a problem and start moving towards a solution.
Yeah. This thing up here on the screen shows you what to do. The steps are different for each problem, but the process of doing it is the same.
Mm-hmm. Self-reliance. Fucking McDonald's. Fuck you, McDonald's.
Yeah, fuck you, McDonald's.
Anything that takes your self-reliance away in the name of safety, security, fucking in any capacity, whether it's death or getting hacked, or you gotta fucking get rid of it. If Steam fucking makes you sign EULAs for fucking, for any fucking reason, you gotta have self-reliance. You're trying to take something away from me. I gotta say goodbye to you. Maybe there's better websites out there to use to get things that don't cost as much, right?
Yeah.
5-finger discounts. Who knows? VPNs are $5 a month. How much is that goddamn Steam game? Fucking $55 to play the same shit you've been playing for years? Making time stand still?
Yeah, so what's worth more to you? The cost of that game, or having
not being
a better
having less hurt?
Yeah.
You can't just say no. You can't just come in here and say fucking no. That's not how it works. You gotta try it first because you don't know that's not how it works. I know that is how it works, and I'm challenging you and saying anything you know is fucking bullshit. And you can't prove it because you're not spotting contradictions in my fucking argument.
Yeah. I was talking about learning from the past.
Yeah, sorry. I got off on a tangent.
So, everybody seems to agree that that's the thing to do. But nobody is doing the thing.
And nobody knows how to do it either. They pretend.
No. So, that thing with O'Keefe and the problem with government, it's more government.
The problem with it here.
The problem with law. The problem with law is not more fucking law.
Mm-hmm.
Is it your house is on fire? What you do? Put more fucking fire on it.
Put more fire on it!
Can you help me try to think of an example of there is a problem with something, so you have to do it more?
I got a cut, so I should cut myself more.
Okay.
I hurt, so I should hurt more. Like gay people. I got molested, so I should go molest. Or I should go follow that, make sex my whole identity.
I am weak, so I need to add more weakness.
Yeah, I'm weak, I should just sit here and not work out.
I am not strong, so I should add more not strong.
Mm-hmm.
I am...
Wow. How simple.
I am controlled, so I should add more being controlled.
Mm-hmm. I should further let myself be controlled.
Yeah,
I've got cancer. I should get more cancer.
Yeah.
I'm dying, so I should die now instead of later.
It doesn't make any fucking sense to me.
Because husband, if I'm healthy, I should get more healthy. Or I should maintain this. So maybe
I should try to be more healthy. If I can.
Yeah.
Is it possible?
So I should explore being more healthy. I hurt, so I should explore hurting myself more. That's where the stupid comes in. That there are these separate things, but you don't look at them as separate things. You just take the information you have about one and apply it to the other. Or you have some sort of... You're born innately with the ability to make... let's see how I can say this better. There exists inside every single human, just like we have hearts... we have a heart. We have, generally, when everything goes well, we have 2 arms, 2 legs, 10 fingers, 10 toes, 2 eyeballs, 1 heart, 1 stomach, two lungs, two sides of the brain. Just like all of that, we have systems inside of ourselves that have working connections. When you are hungry, there is a feel. You don't decide to be hungry. There is a feeling inside yourself that signals to your brain that you are hungry. When something hurts, those nerves send signals up to your brain to let the you inside you know that you hurt.
Yeah, that there's something wrong.
How does that signal come? There's a conversation happening, or there's at least a message being sent in a way that you can also say that you get messages from God. Is God telling you that you're hungry?
No.
Is God telling you that you're in pain? There's a physical thing, right?
Yeah.
So you could say, of course it's not God. The other stuff doesn't have that physical stuff. However, there are plenty of times where we get signals from our body, from our checkup station, whatever it is, however we call it. It doesn't have even a name yet because nobody's ever looked at it for that long. Consciousness, fucking... I don't want the spirit, I don't know. People use fucking dumb words and then they get esoteric about it, and it's like, fuck your esoterics, you know? Stop, be a little more obtuse. Be simple. Cause it is so simple.
It's simple.
And we hear these things, and sometimes it has pictures, sometimes it has voices, sometimes it has something or other. I don't believe that nobody has an inside dialogue, as some people call it. Another way to describe this thing. Because we get feelings from our insides physically. So there's got to be like a vaccine or something that interrupted this signal, this conversation. So this is a tool that works in many different ways, and one of the ways we don't even understand. So I don't remember why I was talking about this, but there are conclusions that we come to with this tool. This tool tells us how things are going in everything, and even in life. Why were we talking about that, though? Making mistakes over and over again. When that happens, there is a voice that tells you you're making a mistake over and over again, because you have justifications. If I confronted you that you're not doing this, you're gonna justify why I'm wrong. So somewhere inside there is that thing. That is proof positive. You can't just go
Yeah.
and break down after you think you can fucking I recite Shakespeare or some shit.
Yeah, those signals are there. And your reactions show that. Those things happen in every single person.
You're just too stupid to be able to notice it yourself, but I'm telling you to look at it.
Yeah. We can see it. Other people can see it. You can see it when it happens to other people if you fucking look for it.
Yeah, and that's what
you can verify.
You're being controlled with. People are using that. They're telling you that nigger is a bad word. They're telling you that love is love. And all of those things are not true, but you're using your head to recite it.
The butterflies in your belly.
Butterfly, yeah, when you get nervous.
Yeah.
That's like an instant, that doesn't require physical things. Thank you for mentioning that. Butterflies in your freaking belly. Do you want some of this?
Yeah.
There's a feeling inside of you because there is a thing that you witnessed. Or maybe you heard something that reminds you of something spooky. You see danger, or maybe somebody confronts you with something that's embarrassing even.
Yeah, there is something that triggers that reaction.
Mm-hmm.
So you can tell it's separate. You can see that there is a cause and you can see there is an effect. It's something that any person, every person can witness and measure, not only in themselves but in others.
I think a big problem is people using drugs and using the voice that they get from those drugs to say, you're crazy, take another pill.
It was funny you were saying that. I was just doing
the yeah. Thing. Well, weed is different because weed, like, makes you talk to that thing without, you know, the dampeners.
That's always been my warning sign. I stop whatever I'm doing and try to do the opposite. Man, what a good technique.
Yeah. Do you learn from the juxtaposition of what you were going to do versus what you did? Or is it just do the opposite and I'm safe? Because that's, like, I guess would be an additional step, but it's such a good way to just, no, this doesn't feel good. I thought at a lot of times in my life, and this isn't me thinking, I should stop saying that and start addressing, like, the thoughts that come to me versus the thoughts that I deliberately, as the person talking now, make myself. Like when you purposely, I'm gonna look at a triangle in my brain right now versus what I'm about to say, that, oh, maybe it was me, I don't know which one, but I know that you make up the system. You feed it information and it feeds it back to you, kind of like an opposite two thing by dipole. That it's something I should overcome. If men go to war, right, and men say war is good, then I should have that same strength. And I would imagine that they feel what I feel, where they have to push through this unless they don't. And then, holy shit, what do I do? You know, that's just part of my, the processes. Oh, how old were you? Sitting in jail. So it's a thing, when you say realize, it reminds me of, like, a lot of times when people say realize, and even when I say realize, it's because that thought came to us. Because we were thinking of a lot of things, and that's what our tool sorter thing concluded. Why are you looking at me like you want to sleep with me? What are you, my husband?
I didn't.
They put you in jail at 16?
17? It's almost 17. So yeah, 16. Holy shit.
Wow. Thank you, state, for thinking you have such a... Obviously, children intimidate, right? Because they feel more... They're closer to their original free will that they had when, you know, they were born with it. And that's how they start pulling that shit away.
There's a lot of reactionary raw power in people of that age.
So I would imagine, like, was... that you did something that because you wanted something from that, I guess for an example, like if you want money or you want somebody who you fucking hate dead, and while you're in the process of doing the action, those butterflies came, right? Probably that's, and then sitting in jail after, you know, somebody fucking narked, thinking about that stuff, it's like, well, if I feel that urge, I could control myself by just doing the opposite. I try to measure it a lot. Like if I'm, I got the same feeling like going up on stage in high school to do play shit. Like I just have to get over it, but I would cry. I would fucking feel like throwing up. I was just, cause it's so many eyes looking at you, and I didn't have anything good enough to say. I do now, but can you imagine that me as an adult, I'm fucking trying to convince people to live the best so we can stop doing all the things they fucking bitch about all the time. And I got a couple people looking at me at any given moment. There was like 800 people in that auditorium. I think it was 800, but I'm trying to like look at the seats. Is that true? Maybe it was like 300 or something. Hundreds of people. And I couldn't do it. Like, my body, my mind shut down. I, like, defended itself, kind of like people with DID.
Uh-huh.
It's just not wanting to be in that moment and removing yourself, and it's like, autopilot. Terrifying. I always wanted to do it without autopilot. Every year for school, it's like, I'm gonna be, like, more intentional, you know? Like, I couldn't say it like that, but I'm gonna be there. And I'm gonna make decisions, and it never happened.
That was actually the second time I went my freshman year for a weed roach. The next time we went out drinking, and before I left the house, I had a bad gut feeling.
Oh, so you had a bad feel, like a premonition, kind of? I want to say that there's got to be something else, but I've also experienced, like, this is going to be a bad day. Maybe just, like, because all the things start accumulating, and you know that this motherfucker, he's been talking crazy for days, he's going to bring a gun or something.
Yeah, there's patterns that you see that I think that you're missing chunks of information. So you have a reaction to the pattern, the unexplained pattern that you see.
Yeah, the awareness, but there's also that sorter that doesn't need to be aware. Like, we're aware.
And I think being the signal that our body uses, this is just theory, I don't know for sure, but you have a very specific reaction to the unknown.
Oh, yeah.
And
that's where you start, like, pulling data.
Yeah, so you're like, I got a bad feeling. I don't know what the fuck's going to happen. Or, I've never done this before. I got that feeling like this, something bad could fucking happen. I have the reaction to the unknown.
Yeah.
But something's weird. I know there's something there, but I can't explain it. I think you see the patterns, but you're missing, or part of a pattern, and your body has a reaction to it. Your mind and your body reacting in one to try to give you feedback to keep you more alive.
I wonder if we could make a list of, like, all the things that your body... I don't know. That's an untouched place, and it's so hard right now with all the other terrible things out there. It's like, how do you filter it all out?
I autopilot my way through my weekend job. Most days I don't even remember being there. That's fucking rough. It's like deja vu, but without the vision, I'd say.
I'm glad that I don't have to do that anymore. Thanks to you. It was killing me. I've been working since... I was working since I was like 15, I think. I got a work permit. Oh, somebody told me I'm allowed to make money and kill myself. And I didn't autopilot. I tried to be there, and then I remember just slowly going away. Like, there has to be a place where this stuff is just good. So if I'm feeling that now, it's like... It shows me that something has to change. And instead of changing myself which probably is why we autopilot, we got to change or know that the environment needs to change.
Yeah.
But how? Why? What's the values and more? I mean, I spent fucking my entire life doing this fucking science bullshit based off of those feelings aren't there for us to just experience. We've got to learn how to make it better, because I'd rather have orgasms than be nervous or be on autopilot.
So we have the current work environment, right? Mm-hmm. And it's dog shit when you get in. By the time you get out, aka retirement,
that's dementia. Now you don't know what to do because you've been gone for so long.
So when you first started off compared to when you finished, has work gotten better or worse?
Me? Or the person who
think,
retires?
Yeah, I think anybody would answer. It hasn't gotten better. You suffer.
Oh, just that the way work stuff has been going since work was a thing.
The work environment.
It's gotten worse.
Yeah. Okay. So we know from all out history that work, when you get in, sucks. When you get out,
but
sucks.
I think here's the
worse.
Underlying thing. For not slave-like stuff. So, like, oh, you get to go in the office and wear something nice and meet people and have office parties and stuff. That wasn't good enough compared to, like, coal mining. You know?
Yeah.
That those environments are getting worse as well.
Yeah.
So, the people who had a say in how things kind of operated within like a certain confines, the people who control both those systems, they're constantly pushing back because we don't like any of it. And frankly, it doesn't need to be there. It's not a natural order to have fucking masters that tell a bunch of slaves what to do, because it's making them dumber. And then when we get dumber, they get dumber. And now we're just where Elon Musk, who can't even make the things that he claims he can make. Nobody can see it, and he just keeps being stupider. Oh, I'm gonna make a play. I'm gonna own Twitter. I'm gonna fucking do it. It's all fucking retarding everything.
Yeah.
So when you were talking about the environment's getting worse, it's gonna be worse because there's people who want what they want, and there's people who don't want what those people want. Master slave. Never gonna work, Kunta.
Yeah. So if we're supposed to be learning from the past, it sucked for your dad, it sucked for your granddad, it sucks for you. Look ahead. It's gonna suck for your kids.
Well, that's also a problem, because what if Dad got to be an office worker? Dad got to be a scientist. Then he feels like some sort of like, you should know the value in this because they paid me good. I got to fucking feel important, but also I'm empty inside. So he can't tell you. It's always got to be, I'm smarter than my... If you're not smarter than your parents, then you're doing something wrong. Sorry.
I don't have to, but I'm from a small town in Missouri, and my friend is the manager of a Dollar General.
Oh God, a Dollar General.
During the holidays, I could leave, but I'm waiting till summer right now before I head to Japan.
Wow.
Travel.
Is there a way to make that... Okay, so from what I understand about Dollar General, there's like nobody there except the one worker. You know?
Yeah.
So... Because nobody wants to work there because they're like, they're always in bad places. I mean, unless you're from a small town, and then it's just a place where you're doing a lot of fucking work, and sometimes it's bad because, I don't know, is Missouri all fucking gangster free? I don't think so. Is there a way to make it better there? Because there is like that freedom to do something different. That it doesn't matter if you take a couple minutes break to make out with your friend or something, you know? At like, you know, the most basic level of trying to enjoy stuff. I don't even know how you would make something like that enjoyable. Like cleaning other people's things, fucking... What I would say is like getting to know people and getting to know fucking, you know, the truth of everything, and then being able to try to convince people, or talking to people about their bullshit and saying, hey, things don't have to be that stupid, and like, okay, thank you, have a great day, fuck you. I don't know. Maybe, I guess, too slacking would be my thing. Like, I'll play video games, you know? I'm here, like, if a customer comes, but I have no problem with you seeing me fucking sitting here and going, hold on one second. Hey, I'll take you as soon as you fucking sweep the floors for me, you know? Like, let's trade that way. I don't know. I've been so far removed, though, from the environment.
Yeah, it's been a while since you've been working.
I hate it all. But I can't be someone who blanks out anymore. And I think even if I had, like, my own voice, I wouldn't want to be there doing the physical things.
Yeah.
Ugh. Making it a game where kisses are involved? Excuse me, are you supposed to be there? Come on. You could be anywhere else. Dang. Do we abuse animals or do they abuse us?
It's crackhead Walmart.
That's what it seems like. I mean, why would you need to be there to buy stuff? That's like the worst kind of place to buy something. They have like a set alliance with companies. So you're only gonna get that the Campbell's, fucking Kellogg's.
Yeah, the
And it's only $1 because you get a whole little bit of, or you know, it's the things are only cheaper because
there's a defect to them. So you know the inherent value of the thing you're buying isn't very much.
not a defect, but they're packaged smaller.
Some of them are packaged smaller. Like we went to a dollar thing. You know, not everything's $1 anymore. It's, you know, $3.
I don't know if Dollar General was ever claimed to be $1. They weren't a dollar store. It was just called. That's the trick. $1.25.
The amount that the store pays for the merchandise isn't very much because they don't sell it for very much, and they want to profit, and they profit so much that they can keep opening stores.
Yeah.
And very rarely close one down.
Yeah. They're almost just
so
like sucking.
What is the true inherent value of the thing that you're purchasing if this company can...
They're like a virus.
Yeah, it's not good. It devalues the world. I think.
Yeah. Everything that is life, they're trying to take for themselves, and for what? And how? Like, how is this? It's manifested. It's not one person. It's a bunch of people, and a bunch of different people who are just creating a system where it's the easiest, the cheapest, the quickest, no matter the grossness of it. And there are many fucking people involved. So it's like, how, and it becomes like this robot or something, you know, like a way to do things that then makes a magical vacuum of bad. It's not magical though.
This company knows that, like, it purposely plans to be in bad neighborhoods. Like, that's its core customer value is
yeah, on purpose.
So, on purpose. So it is known that the customers, more than the average customer, is prone to bizarre behavior and violence.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and poverty.
Yeah.
A lack of money.
They know that these people pose a risk to the business, to the store itself, to their merchandise,
to the
people
building, that
and
work there,
to the people who work there. But they say
they're sacrificing everything, and they're doing it scientifically with fucking, look, the numbers that this street has a lot of violence and nobody wants to be there, and they don't have a bodega or whatever, so they're going to these other places to get their shit.
They say they care about their customers. They care about their employees. Like every company's policy is like that.
I'm sure they do. Yeah, we care.
So they say,
come on.
They say one thing, and then their actions show we don't give a shit because we're only going to
hormonal motherfucker. I knew a cat that did that once. It was to lure another cat to hump him. So I hate that fucking noise. If it was sad, you would have a sad life, you know? You wouldn't be then skipping around after you were done making sad noises.
I'm happy exactly where I am. I'm a country boy who hunts and fishes, traps, forage. I think it's supposed to be forage.
Wait, if you are happy exactly where you are, why are you going to Japan?
Corporations are ignorant people. Reasons why.
Can you say it louder so I can hear you?
Corporations and ignorant people are the reason we are where we are. They only care about profits on their shareholders. Yeah.
I would blame men for not defending good and not knowing good. Because then all these bad systems, their children are fed into it. Going into the military, because that's still shit. Having them work for Dollar General, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, a vacation. Wait. So you're happy to normally, on average, be in the place where you are.
Yeah. Maybe not his job, but he's in an area where he can do...
No, and also, like, vacation is just to explore something new then in that case.
That's a loud cat.
Mm-hmm. I'm glad the dog just doesn't randomly bark at shit anymore. That would be...
Yeah.
unfortunate. Or fucking slamming her big ass paws. Anyway. What were we talking about?
Learning from the past about things, fixing.
Oh. Would the place that you live be better without a Dollar General, though? Because then I wouldn't say that's perfectly happy. Is it good to have something so close to home? We have one more than 20 miles away. Or at least there's a Walmart 20 miles away.
There's you know, on the way to get milk,
Yeah.
the first town we go through.
Oh, yeah.
There's one there.
Ugh.
There's
And you know what? That is shitty. Because it is like the main road where if you're gonna be just a normal person from that town, like apartment dwellers, since there's no apartment dwellers, it would be around that place. But they, within like less than a mile, there's other things. And there could be other things that people could shop at if they weren't such up their own fucking asses.
Yeah.
They're, ooh, pizzeria raggiatori. Just fucking make a good thing and sell it to everyone. You don't need fucking fancy things to try to give your value fucking, give yourself more value when you're just a piece of shit. And everybody around you is just a piece of shit. Because nobody has... Everybody's got like a Jewish star. They gotta wear their fucking truth on their sleeve, and they gotta prove it every time, or fuck you, you're bad for the world. At this point, since everybody's running they fucking mouths right now, I'm Hitler, and I'm telling you, you gotta start showing your papers. I'm realizing my wants and needs! And I want to be fucking free from the goddamn... UPS has them. UPS, there's the workers worker strike because
unions.
I'm tired of Jewish representation tainting everybody's fucking view of everything. I'm tired of stupid. Anyway.
My regular job is one of the biggest hazards. I'm a card dealer at a casino. I live 14 miles from the closest town.
Car dealer?
Card.
Oh, car dealer in a casino. What? That's a dangerous thing? That kind of sucks. I mean, that kind of sucks. That sucks.
I'm sure you got people like looking down on you all the time to make sure you don't break some sort of law. I'm sure that's a nervous fucking position.
So who's the one that's making that a hazardous? Is it the people who come for the goods and services, or is it the providers of the goods and services? A car dealer. I'm an idiot. Who knows? You deal cards, you deal cars. You gotta get home somehow.
I would say.
Would you like this truck? You just won a bunch of money.
I think there's another Dollar General within 5 miles of here. Go down the road to the town with the clock.
Oh no!
And then a mile down the road, there's the gas station at the gas station in the.
They're lowering the They're like, hey, I see that there's lowered standards in how people were living then to now, so I'm gonna take advantage of that and say, hey, you bums that need to take like cabs to go somewhere, I'm offering it here, but you can only get Coca-Cola.
Yeah, I think it's that weird barbecue place. It's the Dollar General, and then it's the
I'm
gas
remembering
station.
it now. Why don't fucking people go vandalize those things? At least you'd be doing something more in the direction of good.
Yeah.
Who cares about Gucci? They got money, and they get money from the government, so they're just hurting everybody, Well, probably Dollar General would do that too. But they're smaller, so we can demolish it pretty quickly, like Tom Sizemore, what's his name? James Spader, Fight Club.
Tyler Durden?
Yeah, just destroy them all at once. And the people who come to rebuild it, destroy it. And we're going to keep talking about it until you stop fucking doing it. If you want to be fucking angry, but you have to bring that reason in the anger. And if your anger is motivated by bad reason, then you're fucking it up for everybody. You're not getting smarter. You're just becoming more of a monkey.
Yeah.
That's all vandalizers are, right? I want to exist, and you're preventing me from existing, so I'm going to tag this thing because I'm angry. That's art. An expression of how you feel, and if you just want your name, fucking Jigaboo Nugs 69, my gamer tag, I'm gonna put that on the fucking skyscraper or something and post it on YouTube that I jumped that high or some shit, whatever fucking people do these days. This cat is giving me fucking diarrhea right now.
I'm sorry you're feeling like that, baby. As a guy, I touched the cord, so all the chat drops. A guy lost over 11 grand in less than 20 minutes the other night. He tipped me $200, so I didn't care either way. Dollar Generals like cockroaches. They will be there after a nuclear war.
A guy, if he can put $11,000 down in 20 minutes, he's probably got he's probably got a lot, and that's proven by still giving you a tip and not blowing his head off in the the lobby. One of the biggest moral hazards. So if it's a moral hazard, you didn't care, so it wasn't like, is it you not caring that is the moral hazard, or is it just an overall thing that you witness and you don't care because you're benefiting from it and trying to hopefully trying to do better? It's like, well, I got my money. As long as they don't have a gun to your head, when you're counting the fucking chips.
He didn't give a shit by the way he acted, but he kept talking about his wife being pissed.
Oh, well, it's like you are wasting both of their monies, right?
Yeah.
Or he's wasting both of their monies. But who knows about, like, relationships and shit. It's like,
I like my relationship with you, so
yeah.
I now try to actively do things that don't piss you off.
Yeah.
Because usually the things that piss you off are bad things.
Yeah.
I've learned how reasonable you are, wife.
Maybe that's the problem, is that people don't know what to anchor themselves to you. People don't know what to anchor themselves to. Because it's going to be what you want to do or what you have to do. Your wants and needs.
Yeah.
Just like the cruel Hitler. Wants and needs. Oh, men and women don't have a very good relationship. Women aren't getting smarter either. They're just going, I'm gonna do the same fucking stupid shit men are gonna do, but I'm gonna bitch that I'm not strong enough to do it,
Yeah.
And I want things to change based on...
I demand to be equal.
Yeah. But also, that means you don't want to be better. So that one meme was right, and that's why men are better than you. But it's gonna be the case if you don't try to do something exactly fucking opposite. He's making my teeth hurt. What I wonder, though, because we don't really get to hear the personal stories because everybody criticizes each other. If people knew what we had to do to get to where we are now, they'd be like, oh, you guys are just fucking retarded. They don't understand because they themselves are retarded. So I don't know if this chick was maybe like giving him reasonable things, like, you promised. Even just if he promised not to spend that money and then he did, there's a contradiction there, and he did something wrong that's going to separate them. He chose everybody else over the relationship he has with love and his wife and his children.
Whatever the thing he's doing and whatever the means he's doing, it doesn't matter. He's becoming a liar.
Yeah.
And that is bad.
Yeah. That's bad.
So yeah, the 11 grand. I don't know.
That's a lot of money to give to a shitty thing too. It's like, he really thought he was, so what if you double your money? If you have 11 grand, there are a lot of other ways to double your fucking money. Shut up. You're thinking like a fucking poor person. The chances, the what you can get from 11 grand versus what you can get from $1. 11 grand, you double your money, maybe you triple, quadruple, whatever. But that's still exponentially more if you bought a ticket for $1 and you win $100,000 or something. Fucking nothing makes sense. It feels like it tries to pull my brain apart. Too bad it can't, because that's imaginary. He didn't give a shit. Talking about his wife. The gun is at the table.
You said as long as they're not counting
Yeah.
The money with the gun to your head.
Yeah. So the guns are somewhere. What's the table, though? Is that
The
a term for...
dealing?
Oh, pew.
Yeah, where he's doing his job.
Oh, okay. They watch every movement I make. It's the easiest job I have ever had. Wait, those two things together sent me into a fit of confusion.
Physically easy job?
Oh yeah, is it because it's physically easy? They watch every move I make. That would make me feel like I would have to frickin' like watch my every move. And I couldn't be myself, so if like I wanted to make a joke about putting a card in my pocket or something, that's like, oh, we're gonna fucking have old Bubba beat the shit out of you so you don't do that again. Easy.
It's not a real gun, it's more like a camera.
No, wait, yeah, with people with guns behind that camera, I would imagine they're very like, you think they're still mobbish, or they would just like...
No, they answer to government agencies. So...
It's like, oh, so that's how everything has happened, right? With the mob and the casino people, all the things that worked independently and against government because they were both in it for the same thing. They were both fighting for money and land and clout or something, like control over people's minds. So they're like, hey, do government things and we'll let you do some of the things that you still do. Like, we'll make it legal for you to do the things that we otherwise made illegal. Like gambling, I guess, taking advantage of the hearts and minds of people.
I've worked with at least 10 people who have tried to steal or cheat with their friends over the years.
Why wouldn't somebody? I would be like, mad, I think. If I had to work at a casino at the time that I was working stuff, I don't know if I could try and like, shit, they'll find me. But it's like, what is stealing besides you not having what you want taken, though you're taking what I want?
Yeah. Right back, baby. I gotta pee.
Okay. I know I skipped something. She did wear a pantsuit. If that makes sense. It might give it more of a clearer picture. Maybe it is just she doesn't want him to have a good time. I forgot that there's a lot of women getting away. They're not so sensitive and womanly like anymore. They're like, we have a shared bank account, but my name is bigger and I can divorce you and take everything you have. So that kind of like infantilizes, is that the word? It makes men more the submissive. So he's probably just wanting to do what he wants. Maybe they have all the money, like $11,000 or fucking nothing. That's just a night of how we do stuff, because money has no real value that you can scale definitively from 1 to 100. Besides whatever somebody specifically says at any given day. The stonks are fucking... Call the city cops. And that's where the guns are. I knew we were gonna get to the guns eventually. Don't have a mob with your own guns, but rely on ours and pay taxes, and we'll let you do the shit that you do. We've always been, the individual has always been a commodity, and we can take that commodity back. I think it's something that a lot of people don't want to do, and if they aren't in the process of taking some of their commodity back, then they're losing it. All of us. Even just to, like, stupid YouTube people who decide how this person spends, how I decide to spend my day. Oh, you recommend me this video game, or fucking don't say these kinds of words, or watch this thing. Influence. They've had such a bad influence that everybody loves murder crimes in the new generation, instead of this generation saying, hey, you know how our parents used to sit around and watch fucking Lifetime things and watch these A&E biographies of these shit people and mirror these shit people and admire these shit people? We should stop doing that, and if we stop doing that, we gotta do something different. So what is that thing? It ain't fucking watching murder stories all day. But I feel like there's so many, and there's so many views, and people are so involved with it that it's like, it's changing their minds. And they're getting back wrong information because they have so much wrong, bad, stupid information that they balance and weigh their life with. Oh, death and taxes. Are you coming back, husband?
Yeah. I'll grab coffee.
Okay. Boop, boop, boop. Deal out cards and get paid very, very generously. And that's not counting the tips. If you come in and they suspect you're counting cards, I'm not sure you won't find your way into the Missouri River. So cheating is like, well, we'll just call the cops. But to be smarter than them is an act of war, is what that sounds like. So have better games, right? Fucking idiots. If you can play by the rules and win well every time, how do they know you're counting cards? Because they might see your fingers move? What should I be looking at then? What do you expect me to be, fucking dumb? That seems like the worst thing ever. If you gotta be, if the standard is to be dumber, then that's a big fucking problem. Ugh. That like hits husband.
Yeah, baby.
Counting cards.
Uh-huh.
Right? If that's a going down the river fucking offense.
Yeah.
Counting cards isn't cheating, right? That's just being observant.
Yeah.
So, how many of those does that interfere with? All of them, I feel like. You can't be where you are. You don't want the hurt to stop because you want to be dumber. You have to be dumber to play the fucking game. You can't rely on yourself. You can't rely on your senses. You can't realize your wants and needs, that I have a tool to get what I want. And I'm a man. Yeah. And I have the right to know myself. And that I'm here. And I have the right to know what is and what isn't. And I have a right to separate human, universe, and fucking nature. You're trying to tell me what that fucking nature is. What that human should be.
Yeah.
They're not telling what the nature is, but they're telling you that you don't bring that here.
Well, you got things like that. There's all sorts of shit that they tell you.
That's the worst offense I feel like right now.
What about pretending to be a lady when you're a man?
What do you mean? That's also one of the worst things.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all of that deny what you see right now that are the worst things that are happening right now. And they defend themselves by paying people well, but...
I have to be dumber to participate in your system.
Mm-hmm. They have to incentivize people to be part of them. And... that's dangerous. Fuck. This is also shit. Well, it's nice of you to fucking work at the Dollar General, even though you get paid well at, you know, that's something to compare those two with. You probably ain't getting paid shit at fucking Dollar General. So, I would imagine then you space out Dollar General and you don't space out in your, in the card dealing business. Card dealing. I think with men and women, it's a little different though. There's something, because to be aware with me takes a lot of work compared to just hanging out with the boys or doing your job where you are focusing, because you'll fall off a roof if you don't.
Yeah.
You can exist in like more places than I can, I think.
Oh, at least I used to. I don't know. I don't think I'm so good at it anymore.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Once you come here, it's hard to go back to like, I'm gonna space out. You have to be like hurt, and then when you come back, you're like, holy shit, who was I then? Doing this definitely brings about a new sense of reality, doesn't it?
No, most certainly. What you looking for, wife?
This.
Oh, the thing in front of your face. I see.
Yeah.
I often lose things there as well.
Mm-hmm. My mom lost her eyeglasses in the oven once. She had put some in the oven, and somehow they had dropped off of her, and she didn't hear the clank. She didn't, none of that. And then she was like, 5 minutes later, where are my glasses, and what is that smell?
Oh man, the oven was on too. Was like she turned it off?
No, she had it was going. She had like gone to baste something or something.
Oh man, did that fuck up the food?
Probably, I don't remember. Maybe it was taking it out, but regardless, it was still hot enough to melt it. I don't remember if it... Hopefully, maybe she had preheated the oven and then put something in, and then it did ruin the food. I don't know.
Melted
we
plastic,
probably fucking
delightful.
ate it anyway because we were eating Oreos, so why not? Fucking poison.
Yeah, it's weird to see where the line is when you don't give a fuck about your health.
Yeah. Like, everything doing this stuff, like, has this measurement. And, yeah, like, I can't say, fucking, what do you even, like, that vegan guy that came in, fucking, breast milk is vegan, you idiot. You want fucking cows to be vegan, too? Cows shouldn't suck on each other's fucking tits when the babies or whatever? Raccoons or cats? Oh, you're disgusting, you fucking tiny cat, slap. I can't do that same thing, be my fucking enemy. Oh, you fucking work in a gross fucking place, and you deal cards, and all that whole system is fucking messed up. You know, because people gotta eat. We can't just stop what we're doing, you know, and say fucking... Go do something better, which is what stupid people tell people to do.
Yeah.
Stop what you're doing, stop saying that word, and start considering it the way I want you to consider it. Fuck you.
Change is not instantaneous.
No, it never fucking is.
It's fucking work. It's hard fucking work.
Oh, but
it's
guess what?
work.
In the Bible, that shit just bop, 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 just was not and then was. And it was good. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But that's not how shit works. But to have a story that so many people listen to, where things just happen like that, imprints the idea of it in your mind, so that when your sorter's going and feeling things, now you have a fucked up signal, a stupid signal, an interruption or whatever to the signal. Okay, yeah, maybe things happen like this, but also it happened in the Bible like this, so I can't think of it the right way. Mamma mia.
But truly, I'm more proud of my backyard garden than any amount of money.
Sounds like our friend from the other state we were living in. Yeah, he was
The E-Man?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was in jail, and like his relationship with his wife was fucked. Living this way, that way, just trying to make it. But he spent, like, he was dirty all the time. But
yeah.
He really did a lot of detail with the symmetry and the movement, the flow, the shape, and the care of the life that was living in it with his garden.
Yeah. Did you go to the...
No, you took a bunch of pictures.
Okay, yeah.
Like you were, I think you took a video too. You're like, I can't believe looking.
Yeah, I was amazed at how nice he made that look.
It feels good. That's the science of fucking good too. And it's nice that the goodest thing you can do is something that, what's the name? I can't see. That's the thing that is you're truly proud of. That makes a lot of sense to me. Scars.
Ace. Reaper. KCMO.
What does that mean? I know what a Reaper is.
Or Ace Reperk. Come
Ace Repercamo. Probably that. That sounds the most likely, right? Almost 100 miles outside the city and work the graveyard shift. Then come home from work.
In the weeds. To go to bed. And the weekends I've been stocking the shelves 10 hours a weekend since just after Halloween because my friend can't hire reliable help. Kansas City, Missouri.
Oh, that was a pretty big city when we drove through it, right?
Yeah.
Our fondest memory of Kansas City, Missouri was that motel that had no doors.
Oh, no, that's St. Louis, Missouri.
Oh, okay.
We did go through Kansas City.
But wasn't it Kansas City, Kansas that we went through? Oh. I didn't know there was two big cities in which one is the capital? It's probably like Damascus or some other shit like that. Kansas, and what did you say the one we went through is? St. Louis. How close are they?
I think they're pretty far apart.
And we went through both of them?
I think so.
Okay, well then that's not St. Louis. That was Kansas City. Or no, it was not Kansas City. It was St. Louis. Oh my goodness, all these freaking names.
That hotel that had no fucking doors.
Yeah. The lights were on too, right? Some of them dimly.
Yeah.
And it had a sign. It was like, oh, $38 a night. And we're like, oh shit, there's probably fucking bed bugs. And then we saw it had no doors. It was summer. No, it wasn't. It was snowing. Never mind. That's a... Do we read the rest of that? I'm sorry, I started weeds. Then on the weekend I've been stocking shelves. Kansas City, Missouri.
Kansas City, Missouri is older than Kansas City.
What the hell? Is there a weird story there where like the Kansans versus the Missourians, and then the Kansans got smaller, so they left to make Kansas State to make a Kansas City, Kansas? Some sort of rivalry?
One was established first, we're on east, moved west as the country developed, so I think Missouri was first, and then Kansas.
Oh yeah, things moved left for the most part. until boats got really important. Or like I think California happened pretty early too, right? Because all they had to do was just swim around and travel that small part of Mexico that they probably fought in, and then started swimming the other way. All you got to do is bring shipbuilders. It was the 1700s, so why not?
Yeah, I'm not,
or maybe it was like more in the 1800s that happened or something, but I don't know. The mountains got in the way. But things generally went from right to left in America. Because everybody was coming from the Atlantic.
I think, what wasn't it, Lewis and Clark that got to the other side of the country? So they mapped out a way.
St. Louis? In St. Louis, Missouri? No, it was Louis or some shit originally. Because it was like French, maybe? That's how it's spelled. Lois and Clark. Yeah. Lois, isn't it Lewi? I don't fucking know. It doesn't matter.
It don't matter.
What about Lewis and Clark? Is it Lewis or Lois?
Lewis.
Wait, Superman is Lois and Clark. What the fuck is happening? It's got to be Lewis because it wasn't Lois. Yeah. There was no chick. Okay, Lewis. What's up with Lewis and Clark? Did they have to cannibalize each other?
I don't believe so. But...
Oh, they made it and then built an establishment. Who knows if these
establishment, but they got there and they trekked back.
Oh, they were like feeling out the place.
Yeah, they're the first ones to get to the other side of the country. Or shit they found.
So Indians, right? Did they not build any sort of civilizations? Because they make it seem like they were just a bunch of fucking monkeys in the woods, you know? A bunch of...
I think... The Hopi Indians, Indians like in the New Mexico area, some southern Colorado, they had establishments. They built permanent homes into the rocks, cliff dwellings and shit.
Did they start doing like art and I don't know, like trading, having like it's quote unquote civilized shit where they weren't just fighting?
I don't believe so. I think it was just a permanent settlement
were they farming?
So.
Were they domesticating? I bet whatever it is then maybe the pain of getting fucking slaughtered probably evolved the what was left of them.
I think it was the fact that they were stationary, not warlike like the other groups is the reason they last as long.
So they couldn't defend themselves.
Yeah.
Damn.
I think that's how it went, but it's been a while since I looked at that stuff.
I wonder how conversation was between them and other tribes, I guess. Wow, fucking human is fascinating, and calling everything racist is retarded. Because it's like, oh, they were just as civilized as the people who were... No, they weren't. What is civilized but, like, a self-awareness? There was the opportunity for people to be self-aware in, like, the 1600s with... Descartes fucking... expanding their minds, you know, their thoughts. And if people are just fighting, you're not spending your time expanding your thoughts. Plato, 2,500 years ago.
Yep.
Was there a time where there were people there that started expanding their mind? I have no fucking idea. There's things, running our mouths.
Yeah, established by French fur traders. Only the Donner Party ate the humans.
Oh.
Colorado, Boulder.
Wow, really? Boulder or Colorado has very bad connotation. Like there's an evil thing I feel there that everybody also is like evil there. So it's like, how can I not feel evil there? But why is it that, like, that's where... There's so many of the woods, they couldn't find shit to eat? Why didn't they just fucking boil pines or something? There had to have been something else. Because who was there, who survived, and who told the story to everybody else? If you were so hungry that you couldn't move and you died and you ate your mom. I don't know. And also eating sick meat, I don't know. Something feels fishy with all of it.
It's Colorado, I would say, definitely.
That's a bad spirit.
So look up Kansas City mud flood, and you will see some wild photos that I can't explain.
Okay, let's do that. Does this set up to do internet shit?
Not quite, but we can make it that way.
KC and STL is connected. They're connected, those two cities, and separated by Interstate 70. Is there any it sounds like the stuff in Colorado where like the two big cities were crushing the people in between.
It's the Kansas City is on the other side of the river, right? Maybe that's it. So we did drive through Kansas City, Missouri, because we drove through St. Louis. If that is the case.
Oh, okay.
I think that that there's a.
Oh, what is this?
Okay, sorry, I haven't.
Oh.
Done it yet. Interwebs. Okay, baby.
Kansas Territory came first, then Kansas City, Missouri was established. Kansas Territory, and then Kansas City, and the name just kind of like there's New York and York or whatever, just wherever it comes from. Did I ever have to learn state history? Because it sounds like Reaper.
They were in the California mountains. Survivors stumbled in Native American camps looking almost dead in the case of the Donners.
They were in the California mountains. Survivors stumbled into Native American camps looking almost dead in the case of the Donners. Oh.
Then what are the cannibals in Colorado? I'm taking out of that. There's another.
Was it like just people the other day?
No.
Eating each other?
No.
Kansas City mud flood. Yeah. I wonder if it has anything to do with trees, just on like a preliminary thought. Because the less trees there are, like the less mycelium stuff there is, because there's nothing to shade them, then the less things to retain water. Yeah. So you have just mudslides.
Yeah, the ground.
Oh, it was in 1993? Oh, I think I might be going in the right direction. Because when we looked there was no fucking trees whatsoever. It was just flat land with dying grass and, like, farms. Join our membership. Don't tell me what to do. I'll slap the shit out of you. I'm gonna make this bigger. I cannot see shit. Kansas River, Kansas City skyline. The floodwaters came very close to overtopping the levee in Kansas City's central industrial district. So where there's the least good stuff going on, it looks like that green is like all the towers too. Somehow nature overtook the skyscrapers or some shit. Where, not a tree, is that a tree?
I don't think so.
Is that a tree? I guess there's some tree. No. Yes. It's been hot enough for us. Is that a way to introduce your fucking article, you big dingus?
The person's injected themselves personally, right away. So, like, I know I'm not going to get a lot of good information. Can I see this?
Yeah. Do you want to look for another one?
Oh, so this go...
This slideshow only has one slide to show? What about those things? Unknown marker. What are you doing? Okay.
I was looking for good pictures.
Well, what the hell? So, the author injects herself or itself, and you're like, I'm gonna look for pictures. Let's look for good information real quick. Starting in mid-August, high temperatures prompted a heat wave not experienced in Kansas City since 2012. I thought this happened in 1993.
This says no. It's the 1860s, black and white photos.
Oh, okay.
We're off a little bit.
Just a little bit. Yeah, this didn't say anything about mud flood. I guess maybe that's like the official. Let's try that. Is this thing on? It looks like it's not. Oh, how did this happen? I opened a new window. Mud/flood.
Can we go to the photo search? I guess images. It looks like our thing's doing something weird.
Our shit's all fucked up.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just like sticking that image. I'm just gonna turn that off for now. Would that do it? Now let's see when I pull this up. Okay. Kansas City mud flood? Can't you just... Okay, so... The J store that caused somebody to kill themselves because he was trying to make things accessible to everybody else. Oh, this is only a preview. Eat shit. Improve the understanding of the relationships among settlement, flood hazards, and control policies in urban areas. The approach here is to explain how a certain portion of the Blue River floodplain was urbanized to examine responses of decision makers to local flood hazards and to evaluate the effectiveness of structural controls and managerial practices. Okay, so that's not exactly what we're looking for. I want the facts. I'm sure if somebody wrote something. All these YouTube videos. So this isn't something that people who write stuff really have been looking at. Stolen history. Give me... Interesting website. Okay. Mud flood related photographs pertaining to Kansas City. Accompanied by a BS narrative. Do they mean bullshit or like bisexual? I don't fucking know. They sure did remove a lot of dirt around the 1870s. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it appears to be more than 20 feet from the top to the ledge. Okay, so what's happening? What is she... Is this bitching? Man, the internet is like hard to find information. They sure did remove a lot of dirt around 1870s. That doesn't make any sense. Okay. So this is the levee on Walnut Street?
Guess so.
Early view of riverfront area with levee at foot. So are they saying that this was where the water normally was, and this is where it flooded to, maybe?
Yeah, I think so.
And if the below image is really representative of 1866, then there is something seriously wrong when you factor in the article here. Boring machines? Okay, what is this? What the hell kind of environment is this, though? This is like... Imagine search? Or like an image search? Okay, let's do that. The facts. Get the fuck out of here. I knew if I put the facts, I'd find some fucking thing. Oh, I still did it. No, I still did it. I'm so bad at doing internet.
And the safe search. Take it off.
Oh, yeah. Let's look at some dead bodies.
Let's get down and dirty into this mud flood.
How floods shaped the Kansas City, we know. Is this the flood? Like, is this like the second or third floor of a building? Enhance. Okay, you won't. Okay, so you're the internet and you can't enhance stuff. That don't impress me. I'm gonna enhance. I have to enhance myself. But then it doesn't show up, I think.
Yeah, that's at least
Paparo.
one story up.
So why do they have such a high bridge up here?
Pedestrian bridge, maybe.
Oh, and is this? Do they have public transportation? Or I guess did they? Did they have trains back then? Is this like a subway track, but
it might just be a train.
When it does up stuff? Oh, like a choo-choo train too.
Yeah. Like a choo-choo train.
Yeah, well,
choo-choo.
Whatever those fucking things are. This usually is indicative of trains, but definitely subway trains when they're not up. But I don't know what to call. I don't know what they're fucking called. So that's pretty crazy. And it's unexplainable, eh? Or it's something that's like boggling because it's the water was so deep, I guess. Oh, there's like a rooftop advertisement.
Is it look at the various pictures of them, what I believe them undigging the city. So this is current, and then I guess lots of mud was left over.
Okay.
I would believe that in some places there's low points, and quite easily that, especially if like there's surges of stuff, they could pile clay.
Well, we don't know what it looks like. If it doesn't have, now that we read that other article, did they not have any? Was there no dirt? This looks like it's receding, right?
Yeah.
Let me view this anonymously. Are those cars? That looks like a fucking new cars. No, not anymore. Those are probably the doors that people would normally go in. And it's still, this leads me to believe that they may have had like floods before because they've already lifted it, right?
Yeah.
Unless something got washed away. This is from the 1980s? Or maybe
that's from the 1980s.
Oh, this is from the 1880s, right?
No, he's saying what we're looking at currently is from...
This is from the 1980s? Holy shit. That black and white really, it looks still, like, where we live, there's still, like, those older buildings, so... Okay, so, what was it, the after?
You see the street light.
Undigging. Oh, there was a street light? Did they not have street lights then yet?
None of the 1800s, no.
1880s.
1880s.
Okay. Is that... I need to see it now real quick. Confirm me. This? Is that, oh, yeah, this. Okay. That makes sense to me. So, this place is still flooding then, at least, right? Is something that I can gather from that?
Yeah.
What was the undigging? That's 1860s. What are they doing?
That's what. No, he wants the 1860s black and white photos. That's what he's looking for.
Oh! Wow, are you telling me it? I don't think that this website's a fuckers. They're trying to cover it up. How water shaped Kansas City.
Facebook again, baby.
Oh, are you kidding me? Doesn't exist. Dang, that's unfortunate. Photo vending machines? What? That has... I don't think this is related. Oh. Okay. Mid was often referred to as Guilty Town because of the deep trenches dug into the high bluffs that used to surround the Missouri River. The underlying limestone bedrock provided much more stable foundation on which to build. Okay, so is that something that happened before the flood? Enhance. Because it just says the mid 19th century. That's like 1850s, right?
Goalie Town, not Guilty Town.
Why would you build a building next to a huge pile of dirt? Okay, so they dug, but they only dug some of it, right? This says it was, Gully Town, because of the deep trenches dug into the high bluffs that used to surround the Missouri River. So they dug into these little mountains, but they didn't take the shit from the sides away. They just left the big piles of dirt. They would like dig and then build a building and then dig a little bit more.
There's a building up here.
But look at this, husband. This is just here.
Yes, wife.
Uh-huh. Is that a building here, or is that a building with a pile of dirt next to it?
Also, we are looking at we're looking for undigging photos of a huge clay flood, a mud flood.
I'm trying to ask if... I'm trying to figure out if this was... It says it was Gully Town because of the deep trenches that they dug that used to surround the underlying limestone provided much more stable foundation on which to build. So that I'm gathering from that they deliberately did this.
Okay.
So if they deliberately did this, that would mean that these huge piles of dirt is part of what the rest of the dirt was part of before they dug it out.
Though, wouldn't you... So there's a building there, right?
Uh-huh.
On the side, there's got to be a brick, or not a brick, there has to be some sort of distance for the workers to get. You got to be able to get around the building. You wouldn't put those bricks up against that dirt.
Why not?
That is trying to build something. It doesn't make a lot of sense that you would cut off.
So tell me why it wouldn't make sense.
It is physically easier to have access to the outside of the building.
Because look, there's no windows. If you just pile the rocks, I mean, how do you think they built shit up on the mountains with other civilizations? They didn't go... Well, what about when we do Minecraft? We don't see the other side of the fucking thing. We just use that as the face.
Yes.
Why would you build... I'm starting to think they undug the city from a former group of people. It's a full building. You would clear the entire plot of land. I'm saying that I don't think you would. Because I don't think people did that when they built... Like the Pueblo people, did they look at the other side? They just made that the side of their mountain, right? Or they just made... that thing, they're utilizing that part of the natural what's there to be part of the wall, right?
Yeah.
But with here, it's a building. So you would just lay the bricks up against it. You can carve it out. We've seen sites where when they take mountains away and they move it to, and they create these falling rock zones so that a highway can go through it.
Yeah.
That's just what people do. And I think that this was just a really lazy thing.
Huh. Okay.
And it seems like, okay, so if this happened before the floods, it makes sense how this created a mud flood, because then it rains and these stupid idiots, right? These people who think that they know the best, everybody thinks they know the best. They don't see that you compromise. The mountain came to a path of least resistance. Hey, get away from there. The mountain came to a perfect resting spot. And then some idiot human came around and was like, well, I'll just fucking slice this shit in half. No harm, no foul. But the problem is, they were looking for safer ground, more stable ground. And they left piles of unstable ground around their fucking houses. If they did, those things would have fucking fell apart. I don't think, there's no way that there was something there before. Doesn't make any sense. Stupid human thinking that they got ingenuity. They can cut corners. And it became a hazard. If that dirt was there, I mean, what's more likely? That somehow dirt piled up on a bunch of old buildings and nothing got wet? It was so dry that nothing rotted, that stuff, that structural integrity wasn't affected? And that dirt traveled up? Or humans did something stupid and then it started to rain because it changed the course of fucking weather patterns, or maybe because it floods so often, because it rains so often, because they have such heavy rains, and then they got these loose pile of dirts now? That seems crazy. But I wouldn't put it past people to do the wrong thing. It doesn't matter what you would do or what I would do, but what stupid does is what stupid does, and it's measurable. And this wouldn't be the first time, I'm sure. Maybe that's how the Aztecs fucking died, you know? I think there would have been bones. I think there would have been some more sign than just it could have happened, you know?
Yeah.
Anyway, I mean, there's a lot of other things that would implicate, and I don't think it's worth exploring that, because then it goes away from more facts of other things. What you doing, mind melding with me?
Maybe.
These idiots. I'd like to see more, though.
Should we try to change course a little bit, wife? And try to focus on the things that we said we were going to try to focus on?
Okay. I didn't mean to... Chiefs? Tamuli? Oh no, ancient America, irrefutable photos? Don't bullshit me. I've refuted them. I've just fucking refuted them. What do you have to say about that, fucking Jared Boosters? Talk about fucking taking the retard shot. How many times did they have to, like, compensate for that shit? You know?
Yeah.
How many times, like, did dirt move because of the vibrations of the workers, or fucking, or did they have machinery then? No, it was probably, no, they did, right? Yeah. There was at least dynamite.
Yeah.
You know those motherfuckers were using dynamite. It was the 1800s.
Yeah.
Dynamite was the latest fucking rage, so they probably destroyed fucking everything. And they were like, duh, this is a good idea. Look at the fucking... Did he really put a fucking thing there? Look at this. So, we've got a place on, like, the main road near where I used to live.
Uh-huh.
A cliff where there's houses, and they're all slanted. That's a bad idea.
Yeah.
I think it's not good to start putting so little sense in this shit. Because human error is so fucking visible in this. This is, if this was like aliens or ancient civilization, that's to say that people are potentially smarter back then than they were now, even though a dumb thing happened. It's so hard to pick apart. I'll have to watch some of this shit and get fucking, I'll probably just get angry. Maybe it's not. I would like to know what I'm being seen as irrefutable evidence. Can you read that for me?
Was built. Look up at the Capitol, the U.S. Capitol excavation. Those were old-ass buildings in a very young Kansas City.
What makes them old? What was it? Capitol. So what does this have to do with the mud flood, though? Was there no flood? Large piece of ungraded bedrock. Because they dug this out of... So if they're trying to dig down to a land that they can make stuff more stable on, you're gonna run into these spots where it's not just flat, right? If they're on bedrock, whatever the fuck bedrock is, it's not just gonna be flat like that. There's gonna be big chunks in here and there. It's all like random, or not. You know the thing.
Amorphous.
Yes, it's not fucking Minecraft, but even in Minecraft, like, you know how you can choose for it to be flat, or you can choose for it to... These things don't get to be whatever we decide that they are. So if there's a huge piece of bedrock, guess why? You know? They could probably blast through it with something, but to make, like, they had to make the rest of it flat. And they probably went to a point where they probably had to put more dirt or something inside of these chasms or something, or not. They couldn't dig down anymore because the things underneath were too big, or... It would be interesting if there was, like, video stuff about it. You were reading that stuff from me before, but now you're not paying attention.
You look up the United States Capitol excavation.
Oh, did I search the wrong thing?
I think we've changed from the mud flood to...
Okay.
I don't think it has anything to do with Kansas City there, baby.
I put Kansas City.
This is the U.S. Capitol, not the Kansas. So it's throwing Kansas City in there.
Oh, wait, whoa, hold on. Capitol excavation? What are we talking about here?
I think he switched
from Kansas City to Washington, D.C.?
He just put not Kansas City.
Okay.
That just came up.
So
we've gone from Kansas City.
We know that the original people who did everything in America were obsessed with the Greeks. So if someone makes an old building, they can do that on purpose. We can make those old buildings now. You know? I don't know if that would prove like old buildings being here before us. Like at all. I feel like it would be silly to kind of dive into that type of shit.
Yeah.
Because there's so much more to know and so little that can be learned from that stuff. There's a system where people are trying to convince us of what we see is not what we know. Because that reason is never implemented when these theories are created. It's not, hey, people can build things that look older, right?
Yeah.
There's like, what did they, okay, so let's just say it's older than it's supposed to be, or whatever. And they washed it up and made it look brand new. So what? What's the implication? That there was an advanced society, that there was some other people here? Let's talk about what we know right now. Because right now things are bad and we're all suffering. And there's something that can be done about it. And going forward is a lot smarter than going backwards. If we run into a place where it's like, oh, this is an issue for some reason, but there are problems to be thought of now that, I mean, if their shit was old and they didn't exist anymore, then they fucked up, and let's not fuck up now. And all those theories, they don't put any reason inside of them whatsoever. All they're trying to do is to disprove the other reason with unreasonableness. Like, oh, you don't have a proof of X, Y, and Z. It's okay, but I exist in the world and we can share these experiences and talk about it and reason with it like Socrates did 2,500 years ago. If you'd shut the fuck up and stop trying to prove something impossible. Or stop trying to prove something that doesn't matter. Let's start with reason before you go fucking playing Indiana Jones somewhere.
And so we know that there are conspiracies of things. There are...
Yeah, they're trying to kill kids right now. Our governments are run by child molesters. And they probably eat babies. They're so powerful, they want to know how powerful they are by getting away with eating fucking babies. That's fucking the science of reasoning about shit now. What if? What is power? How does it make you feel? If you had the power to do anything, what would you do? So is it okay that these people are doing it because you'll just reach for it one day, or you'll die trying and it doesn't fucking matter? That's life, right? You don't care about anything? Everything is shit, you just want to die? Everything's cult of fucking death? I don't know. I mean, like, it's interesting to think about, but also, like, I'm gonna have children and I don't want them in a world where children get eaten by fucking Kamala Harris. Oh, you missed something in your teeth. Oh, is that foreskin? Fucking creeps.
Those who aren't aware of the past are doomed to repeat it.
Well, there are other ways. We can read Plato and talk about his reasoning. If we just look in the past and look for everything, we're gonna become retarded because there's so many lies, so much bullshit. And we can measure that bullshit by what we see now and what we need now. Realizing our fucking wants and needs, being self-reliant, blah, 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 blah. What went, instead of looking into the past to say what went right, what went wrong? And what does right look like? And eventually, I mean, you could skip all those steps and fucking read Plato and gain such a good perspective on what people thought about in the past and how stupid people were. So if we know that the past is stupid, we ain't repeating that fucking past. We're repeating that past if we're fucking falling for conspiracy theories. Because we're not using reason. And since fucking Plato, as far as I know, people did not use fucking reason. reason is timeless. So when you measure time by reason, you get results. You get what you don't have to do, or you know what you can't do, you know what you have to do, so that you don't repeat history. It's doing the thing, but better.
Definitely better.
To give anybody 25 or anybody credit, I don't even give Plato credit than being I don't give Plato credit that he's smarter than me.
Yeah.
I know where he was in history, that he didn't have the opportunity to know a lot of the things that he did, but I give him the credit that he got to where he was.
Yeah.
And we can speak the same. Reason is the universal language of everyone. Do you see that thing up there? Does it make your skin feel warm? What does warm mean to you? Oh, that you're not freezing, your body isn't doing blah, 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 blah. So now we can establish what warm is. That's the shit that you don't need fucking past for, and that's the shit that people use the past to fucking get, and that's retarded. But we can get unretarded. We were meant to be retarded. All of that bad stuff that happened in the past, all of that stupid stuff that happened in the past, we can now view it through the lens of a larger intelligence, which only came because there's more hurt. So saying you're smart is kind of like saying, you've been hurt. I guess that would make everybody fucking smart. You were smart and you were hurt, and you understood that hurt instead of become that hurt further.
Yeah, the hurt.
Like a gay guy who gets molested as a child and now molests children.
The hurt gave you perspective.
Yeah.
Well, those who repeat the hurt don't have the perspective.
David Icke ain't gonna give you perspective. Everything can give you perspective, and he hurt me by, just existing and being a person that you gotta go, maybe you are right, David. Maybe you were Jesus. Oh, but you wanted another wife. There was nothing that you understood that you could make better. It was just like this thing where you told people stuff but didn't back it up with reason.
Reason like our 23-year war over a bullshit lie? Okay.
What 23-year-old war?
The Iraqi conflict or something, maybe?
Did I say that war was good? Because bullshit wars are not reasonable, that's for sure. Or any war. At this point, there is no reasonable war. Because we can communicate. We can learn from that shit that maybe this thing is more of like a power grab, because it's always been a power grab. Oh, look, we look in the past, and every time it's just a different version of people trying to obtain power, and then we read Plato. And he talks, Socrates talks to Glaucon. And Socrates is basically like, why do you make war? And he's like, 'cause I want stuff.
Yeah.
And all the pieces started to start coming together. That maybe with reason, we know we all want stuff. And we can all talk because you pay fucking people billions of dollars a year to sit in fucking offices and try to say what is good and what is bad. United fucking Nations, World Health fucking bullshit, fucking teachers' lounges, wherever people make fucking decisions, fucking town meetings. And you realize all those words are being manipulated by the violence of war or by the hurt of war. It's people that say, I don't want this, people that say, I want this. And they're all slaves to whatever it is that they were introduced to agree with or not agree with in the first place. Take all of that shit out. Fuck them. Right?
Right.
Because you can't view yourself outside the scope of that stuff if you don't do that. And the more you do that, the more you realize you don't need any of those people to begin with. And everything they did, do, is doing, will do, if you let them, is bad. Including fucking war. We can all be chill. I don't understand how fucking people can play video games with each other and then go to war with each other for real. You know? Let's play Minecraft together. Let's watch fucking PewDiePie together. But now fucking Putin and America says that you gotta fight. You're fucking retarded. Separate yourself from that shit.
You were just playing video games together.
Yeah. You're just hanging out. You're just fucking, oh, look, you have a cat, I have a cat, so I clicked on your video. Oh, so war doesn't hurt cats, right? War doesn't hurt all the puppies that you fucking go on YouTube to look at every day.
A political war, a Jew war. 12 countries, the beacon of light is currently occupying as we speak. Communicate. He's really working out well. Communicate. He's really working out well for us.
So, we have to do it better. They're not communicating. You may call it communication now, but communication is when two people understand what each other is saying. Politics is not communication. Politics are the people who do war to control communication. And that's not communication. That's relying on the middleman to define what a thing is for you. Fuck that shit. We all speak. We don't fucking need them. I'm speaking right now, and not for any of them. Did you want any of that? Hey.
Yeah.
I think I need to poke. I could go for a poke. It's right over there.
Go for a poke.
The problem, so the way I see it, what I have to offer, this new way of thinking about everything and doing everything in your life, is the only answer for the Jewish question. And the Jewish question is what are they doing to us? Right? We have so many books that say the Jewish question, and they don't know what the Jewish question is or the fucking answer.
Yeah, they didn't.
What they do is trick us with words without reason. Communication without reason is not communication. That's intention. Can I have that as well? Thank you.
There's understanding built in communication. Like, it's kind of the point.
There's a new way to do it better. Where do we learn how to communicate? I don't remember any English classes. I don't remember any reason classes. I don't remember anybody summing up what the best thing to do is in the best way possible. They all just pretended to know shit.
And what's the goal on how to change? How do you change it? Do you participate actively in not talking like people who don't communicate?
Oh, or yeah. What would be the thing but to communicate? If it was only the Jews that get to communicate, then we would all be fucking, we'd have, every holiday would be about how the Holocaust happened. You know?
So we have a plan of action, like doing the opposite. I see what they're doing. They code communication. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do something different.
Mm-hmm.
So there's an action behind it. It's not just we're sitting on the internet bitching about it. We do it every day. And
you gotta live it every day.
And if you're unhappy with your enemy because they're doing the uncommunicative thing,
you gotta know who they are, and you gotta know who you are outside of them. And if you know that war hasn't worked for everybody, and communication hasn't worked for anybody, what's the alternative? Or do you just do war? But war didn't work for anybody because people are still going to war. So just perpetuate that, or communicate and perpetuate bullshit communication, right?
Yeah.
Those are the only options. I felt like it seems like you've left yourself, that anybody has left themselves. That one of those things can be a good thing. right? So you have to break down which one of these things could be a good thing. Because are you just going to be mute and just sit there and play video games? Or are you going to, somebody's going to control you in some way? You're going to have to sign papers. You're going to have to fucking do this, do that.
You never get free that way.
Nope. What do you learn anything from war besides what hurts and what should stop? The best way to hurt somebody else, to conquer them? It's just, is it just a matter of like swallowing up something else? Is that how nature works? Is it better that all the birds fight each other and only one bird reigns supreme?
Is the way to a better future, which is everything that the humans aim for, evolution. Aim positively into the future. If you don't want to die, we want to survive. But we know
we gotta look for that good thing. That if you look at war for answers, which obviously don't, because you said a bullshit war. But little do we all know right now that all war is bullshit at this point. Some was necessary at some point because nobody knew the best thing to do, but there is a best thing that can be learned right now. So if you're going to go in a good direction because you want to relax, everybody wants to hang, everybody wants to chill, everybody wants to feel good, everybody wants to be proud of something that means something, like a garden. Can a garden exist where war exists?
No.
So that means only some people could have gardens. What about the thing that garden represents? Does that not matter? The wildlife that gets to live around that garden, the food, the children that get to play in that garden? If there's got to be a difference between one child and another, if one child deserves a garden and one child doesn't. So you got to pick a side if you pick fucking war. But if you pick communication, you get it all. Because there's fucking reason out there, and if you follow good, you will find fucking good. Even if you make it up yourself, and then you act on it, it becomes fucking real. A garden is not natural. A garden isn't something that God fucking made. A garden is a thing that a human does with intent to find fucking beauty in the world. To find the meaning of fucking hard work. To find the meaning of good taste in things.
To provide for yourself.
To provide for yourself, because you can grow things that you can eat there. Your children can eat. Your animals can eat. So, if there's nothing but talking or fighting, which one sounds better? You just want to call one fucking impossible because nobody's ever done it before? Do it yourself, just like you had to make that fucking garden yourself. What do I do? What makes a good garden? You gotta have water, you gotta have fucking the nutrients, there's the aesthetics part. All of those things accumulate to what is a good thing. You get a little bit of your own personal taste, but you follow the order of the universe. If you have a fucking rock garden that has fucking dog shit everywhere, that he's eating Alpo all day, and you're trying to fucking plant seeds in it, you're not gonna have a good garden. It's not the way it is, because there is a science to good. Following the universe and then making it the best as a fucking human. And you gotta fucking take that upon yourself. Doesn't matter that there's fucking war right now. You try to do the best until you see more of the best. You filter the bad out until you find more good. And with a couple people doing that, we've never seen it before, right? We've never seen good people do good things before, I would say, because they're always attached to the bad. They're filling out their fucking I'm a religion papers for the government. They're getting fucking lawyers involved because they're attacked by things all the time. They're following messages that don't make fucking sense. Nobody has a straight shot to absolute fucking reason. And reason is what creates a pattern and what not denies, what doesn't allow for contradictions, that show no contradictions. If this thing is blue, it is not red. If this thing is male, it is not a fucking female. There are if it's a proton, it's not an, or if it's a proton, it's not an electron.
Yeah.
If it's a sun, it's not a planet. There are things that separate in the universe, in nature, very definitively, good and bad. And the more you follow one, the more you see one. Well, the more you follow good, the more you see bad. The more you follow bad, you don't see good. Fool me once, shame on society. Fool me twice, it's not gonna happen.
I've learned from that. We'll know our disinformation program is complete when everything the American public believes is false. William Casey, former director of the CIA, upon being asked what the goal of the agency was. That was in 1981.
Wait! Why do we have to know when the program's complete? Why is that something you're looking fucking forward to? Why aren't you working against that instead of just following it to your destruction? I don't want to fucking do that. Do you want to do that? Is that what you want? Reaper? Because if you're not fighting for something different and you're just tracking destruction, then what? Okay, I know I don't care when my programming's complete, because it's not gonna fucking happen. I will never fucking be programmed. Kill me.
William Casey went to a judge.
Fuck William Casey! I don't give a shit who William Casey is. I know the bad's happening and I'm working against it. So to fill one up with more information of what things are bad when I'm already working towards the good, it's like, oh, but this person's bad and this person's bad. Okay, they all fucking suck. And they're all doing the same thing. They are all predictable. That means the counter plan can be enacted. So if you got a plan, why would you be worrying about the names and the characters of what? They're all too big, and they're all just dumb shitheads. You got to make yourself not glow. At least to other people. Taking in information that's good and not pushing out bad. And that takes learning why all this shit is so detrimental and why it's falling into their footsteps.
The agathoptics.
You'll know when the programming's complete, but you won't know how they're doing it now to you, so you can't prevent it. What sense does that make? That you think these people are more fucking powerful than you? They're not. They got money, but money don't mean shit. They're looking for your mind, and if they don't have your fucking mind, if they don't have your mother's mind, if they don't have your daughter's mind, if they don't have your neighbor's fucking mind, everything fucking falls apart. What are they gonna do? Shoot you? So all your friends that are cops or in the fucking military, they're gonna turn against you? So fucking what then? Fuck them! Or you can start talking to them now. You can start making fucking sense. Just saying. I need to learn German. Shit. It's realizing your wants and needs. That's why Hitler was so fucking loud. They want to make fun of him, but that's the Jews. So, if we hate the things that Jewish people do, like biting baby dicks, what do? We don't bite baby dicks. We don't pretend to like people that bite baby dicks. So what? You're the fucking CEO of Suck My Balls. You bite baby dicks? I'm not gonna watch your fucking YouTube page where you talk about, fucking Kennedy Nancy, whatever her fucking name is. I don't give a shit. She works for somebody who likes that people bite baby dicks. Get it out of your fucking life. That one thing went down.
Oh.
No, listen, I'm telling you about knowing the enemy right now. I'm telling you that you don't know the enemy because you're looking at what he will do to you finally instead of what he's fucking doing to you now. Why would you look at what's the finality of it instead of looking how to stop it? These people are measurable. And they're getting to you. The enemy is getting to you. The Jew is getting to you.
You have to be active. There is a responsibility for your own survival that only you can fucking do.
The best thing then, if you think the way you do right now, keep listening to us. And listen to the information that we have to say and compare it to the information that you have. That's the best thing you could do for yourself right now. If you don't want to be defeated, do you want to be defeated by these people? Or do you not want to be defeated by these people? Because if you're looking at their fucking end game, you'll know the programming is complete. That's not knowing the enemy well enough to stop the enemy. That's just watching the fucking waves crash in on you. To be metaphorical.
Do you know what you have to do?
I know it's not your quote, but it doesn't matter. You know, like, now that you know these things, it's time to get smarter than them. And we're talking about things that elevate all of that shit that they say. Now it's time to start fighting back. And where it starts is in the science of fucking good. And that's what we're here to talk about. That there's
a way to beat everybody all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And that's to get people smarter.
Mm-hmm.
To put energy into your actions and your words for life, love, and truth.
That's the fuel to the end of days by fucking the Jewish conspiracy or the globalists or the Illuminati, the governments, the bad people, whatever you want to call them. Their main, the thing that has the most value to them is your ignorance of it. Your ignorance of yourself. And they don't know this part. Your ignorance of yourself is the thing that will defeat them. Because they don't know that you're stupid or your weakness comes from what you don't know about yourself. It's what they don't know about themselves either, but they filled it with bullshit. They filled it with advertisements. They filled it with fucking wars, with terrible things to fucking think about. And there's a self-awareness that, and a space to explore what belongs in this piece of our mind when we take it back. They created this part in our mind, this huge thing where we remember fucking the M&M's commercials. We remember Mr. Gorbachev, bring that wall down. It's all fucking bullshit. The whole narrative is bullshit. And eventually, you see it all. You see all the mistakes they made. You see how dumb they are. And you go, well, what? Fuck. What happens now? Do we just get swallowed alive? We gotta rely on fucking public transportation, on big buildings, on this and that. Maybe not. So where do you go to find what to do? What direction to go to? I don't know. Have you tried science lately? Have you tried this brand new science that we're talking about? Listen, we've been working on this thing, me and you, for... this thing's gonna get fucked up. We've been working on this thing for, like, minute to minute. We don't have it all planned out, but we know where we're going. We know what it means. We know that we can communicate it to people, and we can see why people don't hear what we're saying. We see that enemy inside of, the main enemy, where it exists inside everyone.
Yeah, that the part of you that's been manipulated or you're ignorant of, you've been poisoned. And
but it's not just it's a poison that has started thousands of years ago, and the origin of that poison is nature. It was just stupidity. It was not knowing what the best thing to do was, because that's what sentience is supposed to be about.
We needed more data to fill it up to...
Yeah. So it seems weird when we're like, hey, just try this system and take these bad things out and understand these things and just watch how you change. That's the only way that it can be understood as. Yeah. You're the only person that I've been able to, you don't just, hey, You know how you've been manipulated by spiritual people all this time? Well, do you want to hear something that sounds like that? Because that's the only language I know, but I'm slowly developing it, and I'm not going to take any of your money, and I'm also trying to... it will only be good things. Like, it feels impossible. Because people are looking for the enemy to fix things.
Yeah.
The enemy is politics, because the politics is stupid. It comes from stupid.
Politics is the thing that enslaved you to begin with. Why would you look for the person?
What about politics is important? Well, how do you measure not going to jail? You know, well, what is going to jail? Is because you did something that somebody else didn't want you to. Well, why did you do that thing? I feel like I deserve more things than other people, so I wanted to steal this. You know, like there's a breaking down of a thing to know the basic essentials of what everybody wants. Realize, just like Hitler, your wants and needs. But you can only do that well when you start becoming more self-reliant. And being self-reliant is not having other people's words to communicate how you feel, but also learning how you feel. Because when the more you use other people's words to communicate how you feel, the less self you have.
And you do it all the time. It's constant refreshing of your information. And comparing the results that you get this loop to the ones you got last loop.
Mm-hmm. And always going in good. You got to tether yourself to good. And the best way to tether yourself to good is step 5. Breaking things down between men and women. A man having a woman to work towards, and a woman to have a man to work towards. That no matter what, you two, you ride or die, bitches. You know, like that's, and you make that relationship the best. Where you take out then you see even more all the violence and stupidity in the world. Because you try to avoid all of that with the person you're with. And then you'll notice that you get angry. And things just start developing when you do the system more.
Yeah, I was going out to bars all the time looking for women. Putting myself in fucking stupid situations being young.
Me too.
I found you, and the amount of time that I observed myself that I used to spend into looking for women, and the shit that I was doing, was like, oh man, I don't gotta do that anymore.
We gotta find the shape of people, because there's a lot of ourself that we spread out to the other worlds, like the NFL or something, being a fan of something. All of that stuff, when it contracts for a purpose, to not because the self and the greedy self, and I don't like your shit, I like my own shit or something, but to have the opposite sex there to make that a thing. Well, the NFL is violent, so if we're watching violence and she doesn't like violence, you know, that it causes a separation between us.
Yeah.
Giving your attention to like porn instead of giving it to your wife. You know, instead of giving it to yourself, you're giving it to your significant other. Instead
something
of like
good. And how is spending time positively with your wife bad?
Nobody knows, because they haven't tried it before. Nobody knows what a relationship now with another person could be. I think.
I was thinking about this. You know, I kissed your hand.
Yeah.
And it's been something that hasn't gone well in the past, and there hasn't been understanding of it. I was thinking about best uses of time. And I was thinking, what kind of person would I be if how much time do you think I spend kissing your hand? Kiss your hand, it takes a second.
Yeah, unless you look me deep in the eyes or then give me another kiss, or...
How many times do I leave the room a day? Do that to you? I probably kiss your hand.
At least a dozen?
Oh, it's probably close to like 30 times a day.
Well, it would say, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So, that total amount of time I spent kissing your hand, 30 seconds. Each kiss lasts a second.
Mm-hmm.
What does that give you, wife?
A satisfaction that I looked for in movies, video games, TV, imagination, books.
I gave you good feelings?
Yes.
You love me more because of it?
Yes. And also challenging feelings.
So, I spent a cumulative of 30 seconds of my time for the woman that I say I love. I think that's a fair thing to do. If I say I love you, I think that is a part of the shape that shows that I love you.
And it shows that we are close and we want us to come back together. It's like a proton and electron that have to part ways for a minute because one's got to poop or something. And we're always apart, even if you're inside me. We're still not one, so we're always separated. It's a symbol of wanting to be closer, I guess.
I've spent 30 seconds of my day doing something that increases our bond, increases our love, that motivates us to do
that
better
we were
things.
looking for in everything else, in the music that we listen to. I'm looking for that moment where I'm like, yeah, my heart's fucking
found it, held on to it. And those actions show.
And it shows a bigger picture of life. I don't think you could do the process forever without finding a woman to invest in.
Yeah.
Women are the best NFTs.
The separating into man and women. The whole
separating into man and NFTs more like, right?
Most of the problems we hurt for are human-made problems. What makes up humans? Men and women. So if you don't understand both, then you can't come up with the best solution. You're missing part of the information. If you don't have it, your solution isn't the best. It is not perfect or close as perfect as it is possible in this fucking universe. If you're chucking out chunks of information, the other half. What are you, stupid?
Yeah,
you said you wanted
reality.
You said you wanted the hurt to stop, but you're gonna just throw things away because you don't want to think about it.
But we're gonna be here together.
Yeah, I share this world with you. I share this world with 4 billion other women, and those 4 billion women share this planet with 4 billion other fucking dudes. Understanding, knowledge, the truth, and the value it has, and the value it should hold, and fighting against things that just disregard what that fucking value is and what it fucking means.
Yeah.
Fuck the government. Fuck religion.
Fuck culture.
Fuck culture.
And fuck economics. Fuck business.
Fuck business.
Do your own business. I do my business in the toilet. What do you mean?
Ultimate self-reliance. You should be able to do that. It is difficult to do so, but possible.
But that's a place that we know that we can get to. Now that we've filtered a whole bunch of the shit out of the system, we know that we can create a place where people are self-aware enough and self-determined enough, and we can that we're smart enough, because stupid isn't keeping us back, to formulate a way to coexist, so to speak. You know, not like the bumper sticker, but like taking that word back, like porch monkey.
Why would you invest in something like Elon Musk to this fucking stupid hypertunnel you were talking about before? So
well, I'm not doing it.
No. Why do you want to go faster from you have a problem to where you live and a problem to where you work? You want me to get me there fucking faster? Fuck that. Why? What?
And digging tunnels like fucking. They knew they couldn't do it, right? So you see what happened in Kansas. The tunnel system happened the same way. That they couldn't find the right sediment or whatever to build the thing to be exactly like they wanted to. They have that one that they have to maintain that costs so much because of the gravity it takes to that crushes it.
They're so smart. They think they're so smart, but they can't dig a hole in the ground.
They don't know how. People don't know how dumb they are right now. At least I know how dumb I am. And that's more than, like, Bill Clinton can say or fucking whatever, you know? Whoever says they run the show. They would not admit that they have some dumbness at least, and I will admit I have more than some dumbness. I still don't understand how fucking electricity works, you know? I can only get, like, the very basic concepts, and I have to measure it by what you tell me, and then I can see it, and, like, TVs, like, what even is that? Gas that creates picture? What? Fuck that shit.
It's pretty wacky.
Yeah. Sorry. We go on tangents.
Dude, if you ask the American people right now what they think everything is just fine and dandy, you have to first realize that there's a fucking problem.
Did you... Wait, are you not listening to us then? You are though, right? You're just having a hard time, like, communicating because we're talking about a problem and I'm saying I have a solution to it. Are you a bot? Are you a robot? Please tell me you're not a fucking robot.
They're worried about Taylor Swift and Travis Swift. Not anything real. It was fruit from a poisonous tree. So how does the alcoholic realize he has a problem? First he must identify the problem. That's we're talking about agathoptics.
The computer's getting smarter.
Fandom is tribalism. How about sitting on a porch drinking iced tea watching the rain from our mocking rock shares? That was my Monday night with my wife and I. What did you do last night?
Wait, are you, like, I feel like you're getting a little hot, like you're not listening that we're doing that thing too. I hope that's not the case.
Yeah, we spent quality time together, not...
Yeah, we do good stuff together all the time.
We were reading together.
Yeah, we live stream for like 5 hours reading the Bible and trying to, like, interpret the thing, or measure, not interpret, measure the words that were said by the time, place that people existed.
It's called Commerce. The tunnels are still there. Look it up. Over 20 million people watched the Super Bowl.
Okay. So you are a robot then, right? Because now you're talking about the Super Bowl as you... Wait, you said, like, I did a thing... You have to identify the problem, right? And then... how do people... Fandom is tribalism, so... You watched the Super Bowl with your wife, but also... Is it good that 200 million people watched it? You were one that watched it. Right?
Oh, people did it. That doesn't mean you watched it.
No, he said didn't you say
he was sitting
on the porch watching the Super Bowl?
No,
oh, okay.
Something different.
Okay. I was sitting around, I was watching the Super Bowl with my wife. She was giving me a dry hand job. Yeah, fandom is stupid.
Yeah, spending time with your wife is an excellent thing.
So here's the problem where I there's a definite problem in people and in their tribal bullshit. How do we get them out? Is like the problem has been identified. How do we solve that problem? I mean, what we're trying to do is do that right now. There's people who could stumble upon us and be like, hey, I hate everything. Do you think that there's another thing I could do? Trying as we go, and also, we're also, even just us talks out the issues and the pointing out the similarities and contradictions, comparing notes. I didn't watch shit.
He says, married with 4 kids, you don't know shit about me. Just because I am aware of history, you think you're so much better than me.
So, is it because I was uninterested in going down conspiracies that now all of a sudden you don't know anything about me? I mean, that you did that, we can now communicate something else that we're trying to communicate, right? Like, you can come on the same page as, well, because we're the ones live streaming, right? So if there's a problem and we're talking about this problem, and now the problem has faced me, because there is a problem, right? I should not be bombarded with a bunch of random facts at once, because there's a lot of chaos, and there is, once you follow a certain system, there is a definitive thing that men and women do differently. And what any man that I've ever, any dude that I've ever seen, they bombard with information, right? And if I explain why that information isn't good for me to know and I don't need it, and I'm also explaining that this is what I think, and then, what was it? I think this, and then it was like the history repeats itself, and as I'm saying to learn from history, right?
Yeah.
If I'm being told history repeats itself, that should be known, right? So it's either, okay, move on, or respond. So it's a matter of just don't respond. Like, yeah, I know that, okay, move on. I figure when people say things, they want it to be recognized, you know?
I think there's a miscommunication here, because he's shown some... He's talking about some very similar things that we're talking about. So
yeah, but also, when you know history, right? History repeats itself. When you know history, yes, I do know something about you, right?
Yeah. I know what your words are.
Because I misread and I watched the Super Bowl with my wife. Yeah, I don't know you did that because you didn't do that. You know?
Yeah.
Like the need to suddenly go fucking hostile is not a good way to communicate.
Yeah, if we're looking for understanding.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, hostility is not the way.
And when I talk, I'm not talking directly all the time, specifically to who's talking, because we're live streaming. I have to talk in a general sense. So when I see something that's an example of something that is bad, I speak about it. And that's just what the best thing to do is. Because I'm trying to focus on a very specific thing. A way of thinking that is better than any other way of thinking. Because it puts reason where it needs to be. And I know something about the things about you because you say them, right? If you say reason is bad because politics is stupid, I know that you think something incorrect that's negatively affecting everything that you think of right now. To see, it's not about being better, it's about knowing more or knowing less.
Recognize
better is arbitrary measurements to get fucking angry. You feel maybe emasculated or something, but don't, because that's not me right now. That's an assumption based on everything else you've experienced, but this is something new that's being experienced, so take it for what it is. That's all I can offer. I can't force anybody to be here either. But I'm not going to make my live stream about stupid people who say stupid things because I'm beyond that. Does that make me better? It seems like you feel like I'm better because you said better. I didn't say I was the leader. That's just what the name of the live stream is called. Too many assumptions. Dudes do this all, and I understand, right? Because dudes feel a certain control over the space that they exist in that I don't. It negatively affects me. It's been negatively affecting women throughout time. It's been negatively affecting children throughout time. It's been negatively affecting the dudes that interact with each other who have no chance of finding the power that they want for all time. But it's a thing to be aware of, and you're only going to be aware of it if you break things down into men and women. That there is a superiority thing that turns into violence every single time with men. I'm not going to talk to you like you want to be talked to, because you require to be talked to the way you want to be talked to. Husband, you have done the same shit to me. And when I say you, I mean all fucking dudes.
Yeah.
There's a way that you want to be talked. You don't like when I yell. You don't like when I fucking say things that put you on the spot. You don't like to think that you might not know something that I do.
Yeah, and it hurts, and I act hostile, and I fall and...
So how about let's assume that I might know something, because that means I'm an enemy, right? I know something that is beyond you. Oh, I had defenses up, and how did you come in here?
Yeah.
So let's just assume that what I'm saying is true. That I know something about you that you might not know. Don't act like you don't know me. Don't tell me how to fucking act. How about that, right? Do you want to make it a war, or do you want to understand something? Because I'll give you that information. If you want that, or you could just say, no, you don't know shit and leave. Just like everybody else. Oh, but I got a wife and 4 kids. Guess what? If you don't fucking follow agathoptics, when you are exposed to it and you have the opportunity to know fucking good, you don't love your wife and kids like you think you do. Because you've been offered a new way to love them.
That's better than you're currently doing.
I don't give a shit what defenses anybody has up, because there's no way to say, hey, I'm not an enemy. Because then men will move forward and say, well, you did that to me, didn't you? I say, okay, you don't like when I get aggressive, right?
Yeah.
I will not be aggressive, but you still have to tell me the fucking truth. Did you tell me the truth, or did you fight me and then still tell me I was being aggressive? Even though I had not made a fucking single decibel above what you desired. Oh, but you said this way, and oh, I gotta make a bunch of assumptions. Stop making assumptions. It looks stupid on you. How about you assume that I do know shit? That's a hot fucking assumption. Because you don't want to think, you want the enemy to win. If you don't see how at every single fucking point in your life, there's a barrier where you don't question what you're saying to the point where it changes you, there's a problem. If you're measuring what you want by what you're given and not by nature and the universe, there's a problem. Who wins in an argument between what a man wants and what a woman wants? Preference, right? Oh, I let you win. One either has to give up, or one has to pretend they let the other one win, or reason, or... But what usually happens? They divorce.
Harbor some sort of bad feelings.
In compromise, is it only a checklist? Like, I compromised last time. Or is there reasonableness where people learn and grow from these things? That's what we could be talking about instead of fucking what the CIA idiot said.
Yeah, old buildings in the ground that...
All it takes is just to not trust anyone and trust yourself. And trust yourself more by the contradictions that your enemy does. So if we're not doing contradictions that lead to something bigger and brighter, like now I've come to information that makes it so I can fight my enemy better, then it has no value. And if I gotta say it has no value to me, you know, it saves time, right? Then it won't happen again.
Yeah. The best, most efficient way.
Yeah.
You got a pee-pee wife?
Yeah. It was... It's not about... I didn't ask you, have you left? I'm telling you I see your options. That's all. So there's no need to have a attitude about that either. I don't know if you've left. I don't know at what point you will leave. I hope you stay. Let's talk about what we came here to do was to read the Bible. How do you feel about the Bible? Because we're going to say things that you may love or you may hate. That have I loved it or hated it yet? No, but I'm still presenting a situation. So I guess we'll just pee, and hopefully you'll be here in a minute. Do you like the music? Do you like Minecraft? Do you play Minecraft with your kids? Minecraft is a good game because you get to, you know, when you're trapped in your fucking house because the government is keeping you fucking a prisoner. But gardens are definitely better than Minecraft. So hopefully you enjoy your gardens with your kids, and hopefully you don't hit them when they dig your daisies up or whatever happens.
We'll be right back.
Probably not. Hello, kitten. I would disagree and say one of the best things you did was to make them live in the middle of nowhere, Missouri. Not bombarded with advertisements. Well, I guess unless I go on the computer and don't have ad block. They can learn how to play without drugs. Can't really do that on the streets. Playing frickin' handball or something with a bunch of black kids. Oh. Should we read, husband?
I know we did your thing. I still haven't done my thing.
Your thing?
Yeah.
What thing? Oh, you didn't pee. Okay. Oh, let me miss you one piece.
One piece, wife.
You eat my lotion. Screaming into the void. If you weren't here, I'd be screaming too. It's just I follow the passion, I guess, and I try to measure myself by the passion. Dudes don't like that. I've never met a dude that likes my passion. Not even my husband. He's just had to like it, I guess. It's like when I talk about fucking the people that hurt us, the people who deliberately hurt other people for monetary gain, and the stupidity. The stupidity is the thing I'm passionate about most at the moment, because every person I've run into recently who I've been trying to communicate with is always trying to convince me of something that goes against everything I know. And instead of, like, it's impossible to get someone's, hey, I know this to be true and it contradicts what you're saying. So I'm saying don't waste my time and do this before you try to make me do this. Recently, somebody has tried to convince me that words don't mean anything. They're the worst way to communicate. And empathy and telepathy is better. And I'm like, now I have to take all this unreasonable shit that was so easy to fucking say and reason with it and go from where their craziness is to where I am right now, which I've worked for fucking years to get to where I am. I don't have a fucking college degree, and if I had a college degree, I wouldn't fucking trust myself. This goes beyond fucking learning from stupid how to be stupid. And the reason it's stupid is because college people don't apply what they learn in the field to what they know. They apply what they learn from college to the field and keep looking for the same fucking result over and over again, and it's making them stupid. It's very rare where there's someone who says something contrary to what another person says, and it gets as much clout or people think about it. It's always just defend the thing we have now. And I see it in everybody. But I can't fall for that. But look at the thing we have now, because I have something to say about where we can be. And I'm passionate about it. I'm pissed. I'm fucking pissed. Listen, people be listening to heavy music and all the raps and having fucking people. It's the same thing but better. It's part of the entertainment. Oh no! Listen, for what about the abuse thing? I'm not accusing you. I'm just saying, you know. And also, that's not abuse. I wouldn't call living in the middle of nowhere abuse. I would say moving to a city is abuse. But I remember I was saying something about kids getting hurt and stuff. Unless I'm talking like, hey, Reaper, I'm accusing you of fucking abusing your kids. But no, I think I did. I think I did say, because if you know that there's something better and it's not something you work towards, that's abuse. And that's not just you, that applies to everybody. If they become aware of something that's better and they're not looking for that better, and they don't see the bad things already that are happening to their families. Like, for example, to think it's abuse, I mean, hopefully it's just a joke to abuse to live in the country, you know? If it's not a joke, then we gotta assume that you wouldn't know that the abuses of the things that children lose living in cities, even living in suburbs, all the restrictions, all the the HOAs, the how big your dog could be, it's suffocating. Bro, is that a term of endearment? Or do you genuinely think that I'm a dude? They hate it. Is there, okay, so is there a way to show them the good in it? Or is that too much of a struggle? Or is it hard for you to find the good in it? I'm finding it difficult to see how children can hate it if you love it and you have a good relationship with them. So why aren't they enjoying things with you? Or why haven't they found enjoyment in the things you've taught them to enjoy? Like, I think it's, why wouldn't kids want to, like, go looking for frogs and shit? Looking up frog videos on YouTube, like, having that reason and that purpose. There's probably a bad influence on what they were forced to do with schools and shit. Like, they get into I live here, so I got to go to a cafe or fucking whatever people do. I go to the mall every weekend. I could see how I used to be like that, and it sucked. But I can also see that if my mother took easy steps that now I can take with my kids, I can dissolve that problem. Oh, was there leftovers? Hey. Hi. This is a hot fucking plate. Hot take, hot plate. Sure. I'm sorry, I can't hear you from the tone. Would you be able to hear if I was mad at a particular person or if I was just yelling like Hitler? Because of the phone or whatever? Maybe like...
It's taken me a long time, wife.
Hitler, people loved him for yelling. But women, it's like, I know too much about women and their fucking bullshit. We screech more, but what am I gonna do? I'm not Marriott Thatcher or whatever that bitch's name is.
Is charisma just the ability to get people to like you or make it be okay for you to yell?
It's a trick. Yeah. Yeah, it's a trick. It's like, I love you, so it doesn't matter what you say or how you... But there was a lot of problems in Germany at that time. And he was also saying the things that they wanted to hear. Like, hey, we've been bullied by fucking America, the West, the Jews too long. We're getting them the fuck out. And they're like, whoa! You know, imagine if fucking that was gonna happen now. They'd probably like, maybe we want the Jews to fucking keep taking our money because you sound fucking ratchet. You know? Sorry, people have to come to me. That's what I am right now. I'm a thing that's looking for people to be attracted to me in an OnlyFans type of way, but with that same passion to go, this is something that we need in our life. This is something I need in my life. That's not why I yell. It's just part of the package. Because I'm just going to be me. I'm just going to do me, you know? But me is also everyone. I'm going to do everyone. I still didn't stir this well enough. I just ate a big fucking hunk of salt.
Man, I'm seeing...
I imagine you're not a lesbian, right? You said wife. So it's probably a dude and not a chick that was like, I rubbed pussies and made 4 babies. It's like rubbing the genie bottle. Sorry, what?
I told you I was noticing a few things.
Mm-hmm.
And me and my brain's not letting it go. You kind of find a pattern and you follow it.
Mm-hmm. Maybe you just gotta admit to being vulnerable for the majority of men that are on the internet and not women that come, you know. I don't think women say things or participate or... I don't know. Maybe dudes... It would be good for dudes to hear a voice. You said that dudes just fall in line, right?
Yeah.
If a house fell down, they would, and there was 10 dudes in it, they would just get to work, right? And a woman, we would just be like, I don't know what to do. Ow, this hurts. Ooh, this is too heavy. Could you do this for me? Does anybody have any drinks?
I'm gonna get a beer. Okay, you have 1 beer.
Don't get too drunk because you know you are using heavy machinery. That's just the nature, the difference. We have to recognize those little differences. One day.
I'm feeling there's this perspective I have of where you are in reasonability and regularability.
Me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Compared to where I'm at.
Oh. If you were as reasonable as I am, you'd probably yell and people would be like, it's like you're in Mudvayne, you know? Oh, Metallica!
This conflict that I viewed you and Ace as having.
Mm-hmm.
You're my wife.
Mm-hmm.
I, as a man, want to be there to.
But what do you do?
Protect you.
I'm a sensitive girl.
It's what I was saying is it's kind of like my stupid wee brain. I don't know how much Dragon Ball Z you watched, wife.
Enough to know it was a waste of time.
I remember we watched that episode.
A whole 1.5 episodes of walking downstairs. Oh,
yeah.
but I forgot something up here. Shut up.
So in the show, there's a character named Yamcha.
That's a girl.
No, it's a dude.
No. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he thinks he's badass, but he's not particularly strong.
Is he the guy who's called Satan?
No.
Okay. Is he a bald one?
No. But
Alec Baldwin?
But along the lines, he's one of Goku's friends. They fight together.
Okay. Oh, he's got hair kind of like Goku, right?
Yeah. He's like the knockoff. He's like he's like the Dan to your Street Fighter.
Doesn't he like
you know?
Doesn't he like die or something?
Yeah, he dies.
Okay.
I think multiple times. They wish him back and then he dies later.
What a pal.
Yeah.
But death is just like getting to hang out and train until somebody raises you from the dead, so...
Yeah, until somebody gives you some fucking wishes.
Wow.
There comes a point in the story where Goku surpasses everybody and he fights all the toughest guys, and everybody just sits back and watches Goku fight. They know that they cannot contribute, and because it would be futile.
Dang.
And
and then they spend the whole episode going, I wish I...
and I could not grasp that sitting on the sideline thing and watching that. I'm like, fucking try something.
Yeah. Because it was a metaphor, maybe.
I just... There was part of that sitting on the sideline and letting Goku do the battle because you can't do anything effective. I was feeling that during this thing. It's like, there's what can I do that you are not already doing, wife? You were providing the most reasonable words. You know them, you deliver in a way that's so passionate.
Or maybe
that it's not untruthful.
Talking to guys like, hey, buddy, my wife is the best all-knowing everything right now because she did the work. And test it first. Hey, guy, we're friends, right? We could build a house together, right? We know women, right? Well, let me tell you about my woman. Maybe you could be the smooth operator.
I'm a dude. I think I'm the Goku of this relationship. And that little flip-flop would go, oh, fuck. I thought I was Goku, and maybe I'm Yamcha.
Who's he married to? Bulga?
No, I don't think any of them.
Who made Gohan? Who's Goku married to?
Chi-Chi.
Chi-Chi. Okay.
Maybe
Gohan. I'm Chi-Chi. I'm Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, the chick with the guitar, she was like, ay, 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 digga. I should put her face on people. Ooh. I'm gonna do that.
Oh, what about the face swappers?
Sorry.
If I can have a little bit.
Yes.
This means something.
What means something?
You made a little mound of... It's a reference to that stupid movie where the guy it's about the UFOs and he makes the UFO site out of mashed potatoes. It's like, this means something.
Oh shit, I don't remember watching that at all, but that sounds funny as hell.
Space Odyssey. 2001.
He fucking did that in that Stanley Kubrick movie?
Yeah, it makes that. That's where that scene comes from. He builds a mesa out of mashed potatoes. It's like, this means something.
Oh my god, I have to see that. Is that do people make memes out of that? They go to the city where their family members are. Oh. Well, that's great. Oh, I want to go back to the city. They have a GameStop. That sucks. Do you beat that out of a kid?
That was with my ass. There was nothing you could tell me that.
I guess you'd have to find a lot of fun things to do, but if you're working all the time, how are you gonna do that, right? Let's fucking get a BB gun and chase that raccoon. No, that's mean. Chase a bear. It's a little more formidable fight. You can make stuff. You know, go to the city, get supplies, and then go home and make things. Oh, you know what the coolest thing would do? Make a pizza oven. If we could do anything right now, so then I'm watching my pizza or my bread make in my nice garden. Kids are digging it. Getting a pool.
Show the kids how to make that fucking cool ass stretchy dough. I'm having so much fun learning how to bake.
Oh yeah. They all these fucking ASMR retards who are like, oh, watch me fucking squeeze this cooch and it looks like boogers are coming out of it, you know? It's okay, you can finish it.
There's a little bit more, so.
Oh, okay. So it's like make dough. Maybe.
And make a pizza together?
Yeah. Yeah.
It was an experience I wish I had with my family. It was a good one.
Yeah, mine too. Every time I wanted to help my mom, she was like, no, that's okay, I got it. That was my whole childhood. Yours were like, shut up, slap.
Yeah.
And my dad was getting high on heroin in a high-rise apartment. We were on like the second floor or something. But it was like 6 floors. And an old Russian lady owned the building. She lived on like this thing that was right by the main entrance. You had to come in with an intercom. Ooh, so fancy. I love being in the city. Thank you for following Ace or Abraham.
Ace. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some more.
A robot saying that. Every follow is something that makes us more visible.
There is some of our pattern in somebody's ears, whether they know it or not.
Yeah. Hated cartoons, which in the middle of TV sucks, so I watched TV. It was PBS or something. Is that why I was watching people? Maybe because we only had 3 stations, but that always had like cartoon. I think it was kind of like manipulation, right? The commercials sucked, but I think for me the cartoons, because there were no cartoons, like The View or something was on. I don't know what was on when I was younger. Charlie Rose. I don't know. They were doing some shit. Watching PBS, and they were like telling us what a good neighbor is and telling us what normal things are. But Arthur was cool. Sesame Street was cool. I guess they taught numbers, but also was like, this is what compassion is. Oh, look at all these starving kids in Africa. Still got an agenda. The Saturday morning cartoons, though, with the commercials, it's like, oh, I want those things. I want all that stuff. I don't know if maybe you didn't feel the need to do that. I think I did. Every time I saw a commercial, I was like, wouldn't it be, I'm putting myself in that situation. Wouldn't it be cool if I did that? I see those kids. But they had hidden agendas too. Not hidden. Very apparent. Hey kids, don't do drugs. Hey kids, don't smoke. This is what don't let strange men put you in vans. Unless you really want it.
That's bullshit advice, because that's how we met.
Almost.
Stick you in my van.
I tried to stick you in my van. You remember you flew here, and then I drove you.
Yeah.
So
it's a little backwards.
Yeah. Hey kid, I got Wendy's burgers and Mass Effect or Xbox Live credits.
And then when I got in your van,
there's macaroni and cheese back at my place.
I lasted about 2 seconds and fell asleep. That was a good van.
You didn't even... How many beers did you have? You didn't get drunk, though.
No. I probably had 4 beers.
So, I can't even remember 4 beers worth of time passing. I guess I was so detached, disassociated from the place I was at, which sucks. I mean, that's my whole sex life, disassociating. Like Ace was talking about disassociating at work. Ugh.
I was so nervous with you. I had no choice but to be aware.
Dang, maybe is that a difference between men and women? Because it's a difference between us right now. That you had no choice to be aware, and I disappeared. I think most mental disorder, quote-unquote, things... happen from the abuse of chicks. And then dudes get dementia, I guess, maybe, over the years. We're in our heads after the moment, and you're in your head in the moment. But you're in my head all the time now. I don't know. Work while they sleep. Oh, so that was... Then you can sleep while they... Probably go to school or something. It sounds like our friend here. He's always tired all the time. Do you always feel tired? I don't know if... I used to work overnight things, and I don't know if I ever felt well rested. And I know the friend that does overnight, but he does lots of extra shifts too. My bottom, my fat bottom. Nope. No talking about gay musicians. Fuck them guys. They don't exist in my world. Did you put salt on this already?
I have not.
I want a pizza oven that the mouth is a dragon and the body is outside of the house. That Are you interested in fucking doing that shit yourself, or like instead of having somebody do it for you, doing it with the family? I feel like that would be super cool. That would be rad. Reaganomics. If kids wanted to do, how old? They can help somehow.
I remember my dad.
Hey, I'll pay you for the good job that you do, or I'll buy you a video. Give them some sort of. And there's always a way, I guess, to get a child involved.
I remember my dad like butting into all the things that I did. He always tried to take that shit over. So that put a space between us.
He didn't know how to share time with you.
Yeah, and after lots of ass whoopings and
Hey, he's not
getting along with my mom. I came to a point where like I was separated, but I was like, all right, I'm gonna try to reach out and maybe try to connect with my dad. My dad would
sending and receiving signals.
He enjoyed golf, and he liked to spend time working on his golf clubs, putting new grips on them. That's what he enjoyed doing. Like go golfing twice.
Wrapping something around a phallic object.
Yeah.
Sounds like the military.
So, I thought that maybe we could talk and he could show me how to wrap golf clubs, because he always bitched that I never liked to do anything that he did. So, like, I'm not a big fan of golf, but I like working with my hand. I like doing stuff.
Show me the goodness in this, Pops.
Yeah. And he said, oh yeah, he like seemed all like into it and let's go do it. And then once again took over the thing. I saw that I wasn't doing things good enough and got pissed and took over. And
he wants the way that he teaches you to be the way you learn. Instead of being the responsible fucking adult and having you show him how you need to learn. Or learning by watching you how you need to learn. What a piece of shit.
So, like, as a kid, I would have savored the opportunity. Like, hey, son, come and
build
this fucking pizza.
The only reason he got sensitive is because he fucking got old. He didn't learn, right?
Yeah, no, not at all.
One day we're gonna build a pizza oven with kids.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
Hopefully, we'll already have a pizza oven and they'll be young and they could be eating pizza first, and we'll find something else to build. But
oh yeah, there's always cool shit to do. There's always room to be better. So how do you not have things to do?
You can make a pizza oven on a water fountain, so it would never start a fire, and it would look cool because you could put lights in the water, and you could cool it down, heat it up. The water, maybe that could help retain some sort of heat or something. You could also steam things in your pizza oven. I don't know. That was just a weird thought I had. You want some of this food?
Yes, please.
We spent so much time. We didn't even read yet. Live streaming. We spent so much time. I don't know, like 3 hours or something. Just wanted new guns. What is there to shoot? Casinos are, well, maybe not toys, but like things to do outside, right? There's like this, I think a big problem that everybody encounters all the time is this idea that having toys or not having toys equals poverty. Look at these children. They're fucking throwing rocks at each other instead of bouncing a basketball. They had to make a toy out of a fucking stick instead of have a baseball bat. Now, motherfucker, where do you think baseball bats come from, you know? So, there's always stuff to do in nature. I wouldn't be playing with guns, because I'm a girl. And guns kind of suck for food because it puts lead in it. But
my
that's a female's point of view.
My grandparents had at one point, a ping pong table.
Ooh. Playing games. Games is good. That's how people learn.
When my brother and I would play each other, it was more along the lines of we wouldn't just have a long volley between the two of us.
Like, not compete, but see how long you could just hit it back and forth to each other. A good alternative skill to learn.
Because like there's just like there's a disappointment in like when you fuck up, and like we don't want to do that to each other. Let's just have
be like try to be in sync.
Yeah.
Is it a competition when they're buying on the stage? Never. Well, sometimes when they start taking their dicks out.
So we could spend hours fucking playing ping pong. So I think there are things that kids can do that has more use than just a couple single toy, like a fucking remote control car, ping pong table. Give you something to do.
Also, we were talking about commercials before. That's why you wouldn't. They don't have gun commercials, you know.
No. I do want that, but that's not what I was reaching out for. What do girls do like that? Because I don't think girls will play ping pong for hours.
Bring our imaginations to the outside and try to control our environment instead of being controlled by our environment. Dudes like to play games with restrictions. We like to play games with random restrictions because we like them. We usually play by ourselves, you know. Oh, we think Stacy's a dweeb because fucking whatever, you know. We kind of.
So what you do? You do art or something, or?
Yeah, I guess you would call it that. It's trying to find ways away from restriction instead of playing within restriction. So why can't I just fucking color this blue thing and make it red? That's probably why you're better at other things, because we play without that. We leave an opportunity to feel that way. If you're like, why can't I just not follow the rules? Well, that's the whole game. You know? With a game that dudes play. And sometimes I think we may think we want to play games with restrictions, but that's where things always go haywire. Playing house with people. I want to be the mommy, you know? And this is how I'm like an episode of fucking Shin-Chan, you know? That's why they probably hate fucking playing with Penny, because they don't want to. If they feel like dancing and she doesn't want them to dance, it's her fucking rules, you know? So, I guess there always has to be rules unless you're with yourself. Which means every conversation with everybody ever has to have rules to it. What do? Science. Oh, and this thing is all fucked up. I think it's still just showing up whenever it wants. Oh, because it's over internet. We gotta put this internet over image. And that's what politics is for, right? Is to try to align the game of talking. It's people playing house and trying to say they have the rules. Or they're creating the rules and they're enforcing these rules. They have the power to do that. That's what it all boils down to. Unless people answer to a higher power, and a higher power that isn't something that just lives in their imagination, a power that they can see and measure regardless of the voices in their head, you know?
You mean like good?
Mm-hmm. Listen, the Bible says that good was there before God. Because if God can think something is true, he had a choice between good or bad. Or has a choice to think something is good. He saw it, and that thing showed him good. At least in the interpretation we got.
Yeah.
But people's misunderstandings of life that they write in books exposes it's the wrongs, you know? You measure the wrongs, but how you see right, and you start developing that pattern. Pretty crazy. Well, I'll stop spitting on myself and give you this food. Casinos are 24/7. I only sleep like 4 hours a night.
That's brutal.
I'm not that much of a mason myself, but I can design it. Why not become a mason? Probably because you only sleep 4 hours. So the restriction why you can't become a mason yourself is because you already don't get enough sleep.
So, okay. Perfect opportunity to do the system with. Okay. Where you are right now. You want to build something, but you can't. Why can't you?
No, wait. You want something, and it requires it to be... one of the requirements to obtain it is for this thing to be built. You want the hurt to stop. I want it to be built.
Yeah, and I don't get to.
Or I want this thing.
I don't get to. Why? Because I don't have enough time.
What do you mean you don't get to? Oh, with the self-reliance?
Well, there are other things that prevent me. Like, I work 2 jobs, and I only sleep 4 hours a night.
Like, also other hurts that get in the way of...
Those things are what preventing me from... There are the things consuming my time, because I've determined I don't have enough time.
And regardless, we have to know that this is all of this stuff is man-made, right? Because we're separating man from nature and the universe, and there are no jobs but to eat. And it just so happens pizza ovens make pizzas and we eat them. So it's interfering. This other life interferes with our thrival with food. To not just be picking berries until we got to go into the office, but grow that shit ourselves and make other stuff out of it that make it taste better. Picking pepperoni off the bushes and having a pizza pie.
Oh yes, the old pepperoni bush.
So self-reliance, why do you go to work? To make money, right? So self-reliance, nobody's going to give you the pizza oven, right? And I say you because it's just the easiest pronoun to use. I'm sorry, that's how your pronoun, but if somebody wants something, and in this example, a pizza oven, you have to get it yourself. You have to realize that self-reliance is the thing that will get you what you want.
Not only will you get, there's benefits of you doing it yourself.
And no, not just benefits. We're talking about just basics here, right? So if self-reliance, you have to get it yourself.
Yeah. By self-reliance.
It doesn't matter if somebody gets that for you. You still relied on yourself to take the steps to get that thing. So even if you beg for it from your mom, or you pay someone else to do it, you're still being self-reliant, making that thing happen. There are benefits, realizing wants and needs. Well, you know that you don't have the time to do it, or that you can't make the time right now, or that it is unfavorable for you to make the time, and you would prefer somebody else to do it. So you realize your wants and your needs. I want this thing. I need it to be I need it to be done the best. Because I have value in
what little time I have.
What time I have, and I'm going to work to pay for this. And I fucking would prefer to be doing something else. Or maybe not. Maybe fuck it. But I'm doing that job because I want money to do stuff. Or just fucking survival if it's the worst case scenario. What do I want it to look like? How feasible is it to find fucking somebody here that would do this part for me?
At a price that I can afford.
At a price that I can afford. Breaking down men to women, as talking to your wife is talking to one's wife is a good idea because maybe she wants to do it or she knows somebody or something like that. Also, if you're gonna hire someone, are you gonna hire a woman to do it?
Yeah. So there's the interactions with your wife. Is that do these plans match with hers for your relationship? There's
the benefits that, you know, maybe with all that communicating, you're like, fuck it, let's do it ourselves. Let's both just us do it. Fuck if the kids don't want to do it. They're gonna want this pizza and we're gonna eat that first slice. And, oh, I guess you should go to the city and go get some pizza then, right? In fucking Missouri? I'm making Italian pizza over here in my own oven. And you're asking to fucking drive you to Domino's. You know what I say to that? You shouldn't do that to kids. Don't. You could show them where to suck it. Ugh. That's just the imagination going into a direction. You know?
So there's one revolution in there. We identified the problem, we got to a solution. So we're back at the beginning. Looking at where we are, is it done yet?
Not just is it done yet, right?
Or has the problem been solved?
Because the problem is that I think with a lot of people, they want things, but they don't give those things value. You wanted me, right?
Yeah, big time.
But you didn't give me the value to represent to yourself what my value is. The only reason gold was a fucking currency is because some motherfucker valued it. That's all it is. It's not fucking aliens. Look at how people value things. Look at fucking NFTs. Look at how bankers and fucking crypto faggots are buying up art. Because they think it'll have... It's just fucking... It's gambling. But with beauty. And good.
Something they think they own.
Take that shit back. Right?
Right.
If we're stuck in this value of money or fucking bullshit, something's backed up in a bank or something, put your card, slide your card, you gotta use it to your best advantage. Now, if you can give... What? You said,
yeah. You know, I don't know where... What we read, what happened.
Oh, he said I can design it. My father was in prison.
From the time I was 6 months old, my mom married this asshole when I was 3. He hated me, and I went to live with my grandparents. My grandpa died, and my grandma went in nursing home.
Oh, no!
And I moved in with the old lady next door.
Wow!
My father got out of prison in 2020. He has seen more of my kids than my mom has. I played a lot of pool, textbook control, but if there wasn't bad, would there be as good of a good?
I think there's always going to be bad because we have the temptation of bad.
It exists. It has the possibility to exist.
Now, bad is always going to be with us because we've had to live it and remember it. And learning from those things and having it separate, there's always going to be bad from all that bad still. Because your child could fall down and scrape its knee. Or your grandchild could fall down and scrape their knee. And that's a bad thing. So that's a hurt that has to be worked out. We're all going to experience failure. There's always going to be a good hurt that brings information as opposed to this deceptive stuff that has been happening since dudes were speaking to each other.
Yeah, there's always going to be something unknown to explore.
Yeah, and that's going to come with hurt.
Yeah. That's an inevitability.
When I don't know things, I cry all the time. So I don't need fucking Joe Biden fucking bombing kids in Syria or whatever the fuck is going on right now to distract me from making good. having to justify nasty things being there is never needs to be a possibility. I'm choking.
I have an oven. I don't need it, but it would look cool as fuck. My kids live 14 miles from the closest town. Long walk.
No, I would imagine they probably have you drive them there, or is school in the middle of town? Probably, because that's what they do to schools. They put it where all the pedos are. Where all the drug addicts are. Where's the nearest school here? The nearest high school. Probably the same place you gotta go to get gas, right? The same place that you have to go to the nearest Walmart. Maybe they got friends with cars. We'd be driving everywhere. We went all the way to another country at one point. Because we be driving. The world is not so small anymore. The distance, 14 miles, seems like nothing, you know? Compared to what it did when people didn't have cars all too much.
Yeah. That was...
Now you're, like, required.
Where we used to live, that was a short trip across town.
Yeah. We've walked it a bunch, or not walked the whole thing, but we've walked a good distance and found different things. Here, you walk that same distance and it's like, okay, you hit a gas station, you know, and still I think that's too much. Further away. More things to do. But the biggest city, we're like 100 miles away from? Probably more.
Yeah.
Like but it's like bigger. It's like Miami versus Kansas City. Miami is like, or like Colorado or Denver, where it's swallowing up other things. Maybe they are kind of the same. I don't know. I don't want to say exactly, but it's one of the bigger cities, and we're very far away from it, or the furthest. We're probably the furthest we can be at any point to... What's the main city then? Or is it like a big city is where you can get pizza? I guess we gotta define... Listen, we didn't even define what a big city is. Or what a city is. Is a city the biggest city? Is a city where a school is? If there doesn't have to be a school. I don't know. Now I have to think about shit that people be just living everywhere and they need to be living differently. You know, it's like, fuck you. Fucking big cities. I feel where we live now compared to where we were living, I felt like we were being crushed. That's how I would define a city. Something that crushes you.
This is definitely better.
Yeah, but we're still pretty close. So much so that in the summer, things get trying.
Yeah.
It's like, I want to be more away than that, please.
We hear, like, truck traffic.
Oh, look, what is that sensor shit? Did it change our settings again so it doesn't see that we can't see the cuss words?
Huh.
We gotta fix that at some point.
School's like 20 miles away, and my daughter is going to be 18 in April, so driving is already in the works.
Ooh, does she have a boyfriend? It's separating men and women. No, what? How do I separate men from women? Is she interested in boys? That's usually okay, so then if she does boys things, there's a whole other freaking thing to go down, you know, than a girl who doesn't like boys. There's like... A thing that I can't explain. Listen, it took me so long to put down fucking "you are here" on a piece of paper and understand what it means. It's a motivation, I guess. It's definitely a motivation for love versus like, I'm gonna live in the big city and, you know, become a businesswoman.
I'll ride the subway.
Or I'm gonna go buy a farm and... Or I'm gonna stay at home and turn your garden into a farm. Haha, Dad. All possibilities. Have we done this? Or should we even? I don't know what's going on right now. Looking at. When did we start? Oh, there's a timer.
Yeah, baby. Oop,
okay, it's not ridiculous. We should probably read some. Do you think that we said anything that maybe we could make into a video so we could show fucking Chris Rock or something? Like, hey, you're an idiot. Stop being an idiot. Look at this. Where we talk about, like, this thing that everybody Okay, so the problem is that there is a way that we live, right, that defines things for us instead of it getting to define itself. And that's good or bad. And everybody struggles with what good and bad is, what wrong and right is. It's politics, it's religion, it's government. Do this, don't do this. And business. Do this, don't do this. And it's ruining everybody. And to replace the system that already exists, there's this. That this is how you measure the things that culture, religion, politics, and business fucking do for you. Maybe I should just say money. Yeah. No, because money encompasses all of it. It's business.
Economics.
Economics, yeah. The way by which money and purchasing and goods and services is...
It's kind of involved in
it's a different system. Religion has the motivation of... No, hold on. Religion is a way to control politics, culture, and money. Maybe it is money. Let's see. Okay. I love you, miss you, one piece. I can't talk. I was talking to you, so it's hard to continue what I was saying. Well, you're not here if you ever hear this in the future, husband. See, I can't even talk anymore. I've been reduced to nothing. That's everything I say is mostly talking to husband. This is how I talk to him off recording too.
I'm back, baby.
Welcome back.
What
were we talking about? Oh, religion is the means to obtain power over politics, culture, and money. Politics is the means by which to attain a religion.
Power over religion.
Power over religion, culture, and money. Money, or it's got to be a different word. It's got to be like economics or something, because there's... Or maybe not. No. Money is the means by which to obtain power over politics, religion,
and culture.
And culture is the means by which to obtain power over money, religion, and politics.
Yep.
There it is. Why were we
It's
talking
like,
about
it's
that?
like rock, paper, scissors shit.
Yeah, rock, paper, scissors. So why are we talking about that, though? Just take all of that bullshit out? That stupid bullshit rock, paper, scissors game? And do universal game? That's what it is. Exploring, digging into dirt is exploring the universe, right?
Yeah.
Or whatever I just said. You send so many signals with the way you look at me. I guess maybe I just try to receive signals. It could also be me. Because maybe you just staring blankly at me may mean something to me, or it may not, or this or that I have to ask. And then when you smile at me, it's like, well, I know what you're doing because we've had conversations about it's never-ending bullshit for that. But that's why I need you to just be the best you can. So you're just doing this system for me. That's a relationship between a man and a woman. I'm doing it because it's best for us. You didn't know that. Because your best seems to be, you know, what you want. At some point, not anymore. But I don't want to fucking pull my pants down to take a shit. Then how come you do it, you know?
I've been a stubborn idiot. That's for sure.
But I can imagine how confusing it was. How confusing was it when when we would argue and you said something you wanted, but you didn't walk towards the means to do it, right? Because that's taking a shit without pulling down your pants, the analogy.
Yeah.
So when I would confront you, when you say, I want this for us, and then you won't do it, and we can measure it, and it was easy to do. I wanna eat chips tomorrow. Okay, then why didn't you eat chips today? Are you saying is there a reasonable separation between your wants and then your means, or how you get it, showing your desire outside by getting it? Is there a difference between one's desires and one's effort to get what they desire?
It was definitely confusing because there is a difference between desire and want. One has action behind it.
Yeah. Why do you pull down your pants to take a shit? Or before you take a shit? Why do you walk towards the toilet? Why do you pull down your pants? What's the alternative? If you had no control, you would just have shit in your ass until it fell out of you. Until your body said, this thing is gone whether you like it or not. That's the thing to measure, right?
Right.
So, on purpose, with intent, you walk to the bathroom before you have to go that bad, unlike some people we know. Not me, I was talking like your brother, my brother.
Yeah.
Listen, my window's smaller, so if I'm writing something and I'm like, I got 5 minutes to finish my sentence, I don't. Even when I'm sleeping, oh my goodness, sometimes I probably go like an hour where I just wake up and I fall back asleep. And then I'm like, you know, my body is like ding, 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 ding. And it dribbles out of me as I'm hovering over the toilet. And I have pissed myself before.
Pregnancy's rough.
Yeah. Hopefully this isn't what old age is like now that we can defeat old age.
I think it'll change for the better.
I hope I ain't wearing if we kept eating Domino's, I'd be wearing diapers right now. That shit was disgusting. That shit fucking hurt the body. And that's what the city is. Food that is bad for you. The entertainment that's bad for you. Experiences that are bad for you. Smells that are bad for you. Fucking garbage everywhere in these fucking cities. It's certainly not fresh with all that, you know, the cars going by, the buses. Why are we talking about this? We were talking about something about men and women knowing something, doing something, maybe. You and me pulling your pants down to take a shit, having intentions, and knowing that you have intentions. And how did you feel that you didn't know why you took your pants off to take a shit? Or that you pulled your pants down to take a shit?
It was confusing. It was angering.
Why?
Because I don't like not knowing. I feel like there's.
Can you speak up a little bit?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
There's. Do you have some water, baby?
Yeah. Why don't you just drink milk? It's good for your. I don't know. I'm just trying to do something.
There's a lot of things that contribute into bad feelings of not knowing. So to have you point out and force upon me in a way these bad feelings of not knowing cause a lot of hurt, and I would.
Why didn't you know? Or why couldn't you express? Because there's a difference between knowing and expressing. Right?
Yeah.
Did you know at that time why you didn't? Just because I don't want to shit myself, right? Is it the anger that prevented you from saying that? Like it was a fight, so you're not going to give in and answer the question? And it made you, I don't know, silent, completely silent, and confused? Like you went senile? It feels like you went senile sometimes.
It felt like I was senile.
I feel like I was fighting dementia off of you or some shit.
So many times I couldn't remember a thing you just told me.
I think it's because you were zoning out, right? You didn't want to be there. But where else are we going to be but figure out our problems? You just wanted to get rid of me. And I think everybody just wants to get rid of me. They want the hurt to stop, but they don't see how their autopilot is making everything do. I would be scared of fucking autopilot now. You know?
Yeah, if I catch myself doing it, it really freaks me out.
I think the only thing I would allow like autopilot is if I was like sewing or like knitting something, doing a pattern thing while watching TV and being focused on TV. Or while you're driving, you kind of have this autopilot because if you're aware of every second, time is moving forward very fast. You kind of have to have like this backup system thing to... It's like Jesus taking the wheel, but not.
There's like a subsystem. There's like you're constantly touching it, but it's not like autopilot.
Yeah, I felt it when I played Guitar Hero too.
Being in the zone.
Yeah, a zone being, as opposed to, it's like getting to watch yourself instead of trying to not be there. So why would you watch yourself?
Love you, baby. I felt bad for that cat, and I heard him meowing up there, and I figured I'd let him out. He's just back meowing.
That's fine, as long as he doesn't come in here and disrupt things. And I know it's distracting. It's like sometimes you just need time away from the thing that doesn't want to understand that it's hurting you, even though it does things on purpose to hurt you. It's like you want to come up and hang out on the place where you did a gross thing. I mean, the reason why you do shit in the litter box and you want a clean litter box is because you don't like dirty things. So, you ain't coming on the bed. You gotta like your children. And unfortunately, we learned from our own experiences that abuse is never gonna fucking do it. Or abuse. Asserting authority with physical force. You know, to try to imprint something, which we would equate to abuse because we know how much it hurts. The abuse is when... But, like, when does it become abuse to us? And how do we... We can't just let him do the things he wants to do. Right?
Right. Because they're bad.
They're bad for us. I'm not... Okay, you can just pee wherever you want. And I'll be okay with it. We live near a road. And I will not let that happen. Can't just do out... We don't have the means. But also, it's like, we're trying to do something different, and I'm not gonna play with you. Nobody, the other cats don't want to play, the dog doesn't want to play. You can't just be a whiny baby, so how do I make you not be a whiny baby? You have other stuff to do. It's not like you're fucking locked up in jail somewhere. Is living in a house being in jail? Is having access to everywhere else in this whole big place, but not our bed, a bad thing? I can't trust you. But I can't say those things to the fucking cat. He can't hear me right now. And then he gets like nasty when he doesn't get what he wants. I want to sit on your chest right now. So if you don't, I am determined. What did we do different than we did with the other cats? Is it just being the littlest? And that's a human thing that we can figure out with words, but not with animals? Do we gotta do it with kids first? That's what she said. That's what I just said. Do you have to do it with kids first?
Do it with kids first.
Before you can do it with the animals? To know... what feels the best. Like, it sounds like he's being tortured, but you can't make that noise as an animal unless you're just... unless you have the freedom to do so. And he's going through stuff, and we can't help him. Because we don't know enough. So what do? Let's just cut off his fucking balls. That's what we should do with dudes, too, who go to jail. We don't understand them, why they do their things. We just know we don't want them to do it. So if you go to jail, we're going to cut off your balls. Is that a possibility? They're already starting to with some people for more extreme, quote-unquote, things.
They're doing that in Canada. You commit sexual crimes in Canada?
Yeah, but they let everybody just go with that. And also, but yeah, that's a thing that they still say that they should do.
There was, that South Korean pop star guy. Or whatever.
That sounds disgusting. That's something that has to stop, like, right now. But also, diddling kids has to stop, and it's easily stoppable.
Yeah, some 46-year-old guy, like, molested some 16-year-old girl. And so... he got extradited to Canada.
And he's still gonna feel those feelings.
Yeah, and so he's gonna be chemically castrated.
Oh, okay. I heard you the first time. I don't need it. Sorry. I need it pounded into me because it already hurts every time I hear it, and now that I'm thinking about it, it hurts. Because it's such a complicated thing that everybody thinks they fucking understand and they don't, right? So this is a guy who we don't know his history. Yeah, it sucks to do these things, but there are lots of... all men are incapable of measuring the best way to control the self because they don't have the information of women to inject into their life. You know what I mean? That having that perspective, knowing that thing exists because we exist. Us having the perspective of you, instead of pretending to be you or trying to be you, find what I am outside of you. What if I took every part of the dude out of me? what would I be? What do I enjoy? What yada yada yada. And then how does it affect the relationship I have with a dude? Because I know when I act like a dude, he just thinks that I'm a dude. He's like, oh, I can punch you in the arm, or I can tell you a joke that hurts, or there's the emotional part of who I am is completely disrupted. And that is what government does to women all the time. It is absolute fucking abuse because it's absolute stupid, because they think they deserve absolute power. So now there's people out there, oh, so you side with the person who molested the chick instead of the chick who got molested? It's not what I'm saying at all, but you're too stupid now to understand what I'm saying. That we're talking about the power that government has over people. Is that affecting what they do? Did he molest that chick because he didn't have power before he was told not to? He grew up in a place where there was, right, he's from Korea, and he's probably old enough to feel the effects of the Korean War.
Yeah.
So he goes to a place from war to, I get to do whatever I want, to, I'm a kid and I get to gamble, I get to fucking drink, I get to, people, there's no culture restrictions about, like, religion, or, like, our origin story, how we should act in front of people. And shit happens. They explore. There is no way to say right now that a man has the best way to explore what's the best way to live except what he wants. And what he wants is always restricted by the people who want something else and have the power to get it. I want you to not do this, or I want the power to tell, there's all these people bitching that you're molesting kids, so now basically where we're at is I have the power to do something physically to you because you got fucked up by a system that neither of us understand. You just didn't have the power to do it behind good enough closed doors. Because you know, fucking Trudeau, all of those fucking invalids, anybody who fucking waves a flag wants the diddle kids. And I could be proven wrong, go ahead and give it a fucking try. You know? But from my angle, from what I see, if you are that proud of something, you can... If you're that loud about something, there could be something behind that loudness. Because I don't see what you're toting is very good. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If somebody totes fucking flags, somebody totes fucking sex, somebody totes fucking culture, religion, politics, or money, a person who takes Instagram pictures, although she's very fucking loud with what she does, fucking make it, look at my nails today, look at my eyelashes, this is my shoes, look at how pretty and witty or something I am. That constant pattern without any of the stuff you know exists in the world, like doubts and fears and understandings of things and what we need to do together right now, have conversations about good stuff instead of dumb stuff. Fucking... Let's talk about fucking Cyndi Lauper, or who are those people we have on that thing? Amber Lynn. Is she such a bad person because she's confused? This guy is such a bad person because he's confused. This guy exercises all the time and takes steroids because he's confused. Fucking this guy had a comic and now we don't like the comic and he's confused and we're better. We gotta criticize and fucking blah 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 blah. Everybody thinks they know what they know. Yet we're not having conversations that show those things. We're told what people are. The DSM fucking, the psychiatric books, the fucking college things that tell us how to think. we're not experiencing each other in a scientific way. We're experiencing each other by the things we learned. We're judging the things that we're experiencing now by the things that we learned, instead of observing the things that, what did I say before? Observing the things that are in front of us and developing, finding something about changing results. You're looking at me blankly and it's making it worse. That sucks. Because I wish you knew.
I'm looking for the word. I'm following along with what you say.
People in college, they learn how something should be done. And then they're looking for that thing inside their environment, instead of looking at the environment and giving it a language to describe it. Basically. It's not exactly what I said before, but...
where do we leave off?
I don't have the... You want that? Ramblin', bambalam.
My daughter's going to be 16, preparing the works. I did that. Diapers are the alternative. Autopilot while stocking shelves to help out a friend in need. We have a pea tree here in Missouri.
No, wait. So, because we were talking about the autopilot, I understand why you do autopilot, but I also have an understanding, and I'm expressing it. You know? I don't know how I would do it, but I know that autopilot hurts me. It hurts me too bad where I can't autopilot, you know?
Yeah. Things have changed. Different.
Yeah.
Same reaction in a different scenario results. Different results.
Yeah, and maybe dudes, how they drive, because I'm sure they do autopilot stuff too, right?
Yep.
Is maybe how they autopilot for being in situations that they don't like. Anyway,
why is a Jewish practice being done on non-Jews? Well, now women of power had the same thirst. Flags.
I don't think women of power had the same thirst. I think that they learned it and they can't do it as good as men. And the closest they can do is just being as angry or as vengeful or as nasty. But it'll never be strong enough. I mean, we can all hate, but thirst for power and thirst for power because you're angry, that motivation, I think, is a big counterweight, you know? And the power for other things that are different than dudes, you know, like we want things a certain way, you know, and we do it a certain way, and the way that we go about it is different. It's like poison as opposed to fucking swords and shit, you know? I don't remember what we were talking about with men and women, though, with the power. I think at the moment, chicks are... We have to look at it from babies, right? A lot of who we are dependent on, or is dependent on, how we were raised. Men are raised differently than girls. They're treated differently. So it creates a picture. And that's not to say if you did it the opposite way, or you treated boys like girls or and girls like boys the traditional way, that the same thing will happen, because it's not. It's just going to be extra chaos, obviously. What's up? Oh, you're just fidgety?
I guess.
Oh, okay. Who all our motivations are always going to be different because we're different to the core. It's like how different is dependent on a lot of factors. But a lot of it is, you know, you'll never get us to like pick up swords and like fight each other, you know?
Yeah.
But dudes are just naturally like, somehow they were just, it was what they did.
We prefer things that involve destruction. We prefer things that have ties to...
Or is it because they were broken away from their mothers? I don't know. I don't know what... I'm trying to think of no, because they like the allure of it, you know. They see soldiers and they love it, right?
Yeah, I mean, you see a little kid, there's like great glee and like kicking over your block buildings, you know.
When we're shown the same soldiers, we don't go, oh, we want to be them. We're like, I want to marry that one. You know?
Yeah.
If that's the case, then our desires for power have to be different. We would have to like be against dudes to want the power of dudes. Because the dude created this whole situation, you know? Where women were throughout history, few and far between. So... if we didn't have influence on it, we inevitably are playing your game because it's not our game. But when we do play your game, then you're like, I want this thing too. I want to wear a poofy wig and put makeup on. Well, good luck with your fucking arsenic poisoning, idiot. Or lead, or whatever the hell we fucking put. We did use, because you said something about rosy cheeks, right?
Yeah, lead.
Oh, so many poisoned people. And we still survived. Everybody was eating lead, but we still survived. Lead was medicine, and yet here we are.
Doing slightly better. In that regard.
Yeah, regarded. Indeed. Did we read it? I'm sorry. Did we read everything? I don't have the mouse. You put it so far away. So
I'm just amazed that I block out the 10 hours of my week I enjoy the least. Women carry a knife that cuts deep into a man, though.
There's a vulnerability for women that men have. I don't think men could ever do that, and I think that's why some dudes decide to be gay. Maybe they're just, let's try it. Opposed to being sexually abused by, a guy as a younger folk. We definitely...
Gay is pragmatism.
But I think while it could be a knife, it could also be a key. Because we're talking about the imagination, right? This isn't a physical thing. So I see the relationship between the knife and how it would make a guy feel. Because I love you and I've seen other guys and I have an empathy enough to fall in love with dudes. And, I can make you feel better. Let me, touch you somewhere or whatever we do. I want to give you kisses and just even my presence is like, I can't, I love you. Thanks. I want a necklace or so. However chicks do it. Make me look shiny. If only, oh woe is me, if only you know how I felt, you little fucking dweeb. You think that from before he moved in, there's some sort of like chemical here and he ate it and became retarded or something? Probably no then.
I feel like he was doing better until these hormones.
Yeah.
He got loud and sassy.
Yeah.
But he doesn't possess the amount of
we do. Okay, so we have this cat that's like crying away all the time, right? We have the loud cat that says "Meow" all the time, hissing at the dog because he can't fucking just be chill for a minute. When he wants to talk to us, he gets loud because he's like, I want your attention. You know?
Yeah. He'll reach out and boop us.
And we have a dog that everybody's like, oh, do you beat the dog because its leg came out retarded at birth? You know? So we have all these fucking animals that are like retarded and making us look bad and feel bad. You know, I don't like looking at the dog that doesn't have a leg, you know? Or doesn't have a leg that works. I don't like that Socrates doesn't think that I'm giving him enough attention. So it's just like so much. Oh, sorry, we were talking about that other thing. And hearing, like, looking and hearing at us, it's like, oh, your cat is screaming, you know, something. Oh, is that what a cat sounds like when it gets abused? He gets to express himself in his tones. Fuck off. But it makes me, because people are accusatory, people are fucking gross. People, your friend, it was like, oh, seeing your dog was crazy. Did you do that? It's like, who the fuck do you think you are? You know?
Yeah.
If you want to ask, you fucking ask. And maybe I'll tell you, maybe I won't. Be like, oh, I got hungry, but I couldn't fucking saw through it all the way, so now it doesn't work anymore. I got tired halfway through. And it probably was going to taste like shit anyway.
So I left a 3.5-legged dog.
Fuck, what were we talking about before? Dudes and chicks. Oh, the knife husband. Where I understand that it may seem like a knife, it's still in the imagination. So, what if, and it looks the same and it has kind of the same properties, right? Because a knife is used to open something up violently. A key just so happens to be the same shape and opens something up because it can be opened up. What if there's something that men and women have not been able to communicate for thousands of years? Because they couldn't even communicate with themselves. Politics. You can't communicate with a woman the same way dudes talk in an office.
Yeah.
You know?
The words.
Ooh.
It just shows words have force because it cuts like a knife. The words that the woman is saying can cause you great harm.
Yeah, with a dude, you're just like, oh, you're gonna conquer me? Ha ha, give it a try. You know, you make it a game.
But what's try to take a step back and view what's happening. There's someone's causing the air to vibrate, and your brain is interpreting that. So that hurt comes from inside. Hey, you've been treating me like shit.
You've been given, the signal has come to you, and now you're feeling it. Kind of like getting kicked and feeling the pain of kick is two different things, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's a pain that comes from the inside.
Yeah.
If you had more understanding of yourself, more understanding of the other person, you could have done things to avoid the current hurt.
Mm.
So there's hurt there in not knowing. There's hurt there in reflecting upon the actions that you did.
Yeah.
That people deny or people accept.
Yeah.
But that hurt comes from you.
It would be
The
so fun
vibrations
to do
through the
so
air.
much of our hurt, husband, if we weren't physically hurting people, then I hate grouping myself, but I'm always like you to everything, so...
Yeah,
fuck pronouns. I'll call a dude a girl and a girl a dude. Fucking, I don't care if they didn't have a surgery. I don't care if one of them's like, don't call me a chick. Okay, she, her. Fucking whatever. She, her. That's what a donkey sounds like.
I run around the place. And you said you hurting people. Like, I know I run around whipping people with extension cords all the time.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I communicate.
You wouldn't be the first one. That's for sure.
So the vibrations through the air don't physically, they don't cause a physical reaction in the nerves that hurt you.
Mm-hmm.
That hurt is a mental pain.
Mm-hmm.
Still a signal of something wrong.
And it's an effort to see something from a knife to a key, and it's an effort to open a door with a key. Because you gotta get it out of you gotta obtain a key, you gotta see the door, you gotta get it out of your pocket, you gotta twist, you gotta open the door. So there's still a hurt there.
So words can have both mental and physical ramifications. So you should give words the power that and the value that they deserve. If I say, son, I love you, but I call you a piece of shit all day. Really, what's that?
Yeah.
Your words have an effect whether you want them to or not, because they interact with the things that hear them.
Yeah, it touches to people's interpretations of what the signals they give and receive.
Yeah.
That's the all-around science of communication. Maybe we should write that down too. There's plenty of words, but let's write some more.
Words are spells, like you said.
Yeah.
They have force.
And chicks, when it comes to this part, I think is a big problem with everybody, because chicks and dudes want chicks, and chicks want their dads, I guess. That's our first thing. We want the protection, or we want, parents, whatever it is, somebody over us to protect us. It doesn't matter, boy or girl. Dudes think probably, oh, they got daddy issues. Maybe they got fucking just being protected issues. Because if a dad's meant to protect and it doesn't, maybe an uncle would protect. So maybe it's not a daddy issue. Maybe it's not a man issue, because now it's raised by 100 women in like a convent or something, and they feel safe there. It's not so much a sex thing. It's just protection. But why are we talking about that? We were splitting things, sending and receiving signals.
Well, it was a response to the comment about women cut through a knife. You said it was like a key.
Oh, yeah. But what if we use it as a knife because we are, like, put in a corner? Or what if we haven't yet developed the reason to make it a key?
Why is there a scenario where your wife is pointing a knife at you in this metaphor?
Because sometimes women do it as a predatory thing. Even for me, I went out on dates when I lived in a big city because I didn't have money and I wanted to eat and I hated these people, and it felt good to not like them and have stories about them. And I was also weirded out by their desires, and I had no desire to understand their desires, because it's like, you're not offering me something that I want right away, but also I'm young and I don't know what I want. And by young, fucking 20s, it's... Love is a battlefield. Love is blind. Fucking idiots. Tommy Wiseau. He's fucking 60 years old and he don't know nothing about love, men, women either. He's too concerned with like clothing stores. He's not sitting out on a porch drinking a Bud Light with a woman. Yeah.
Now with his 4 kids.
Yeah. I don't even know if he has kids. It doesn't fucking matter. He's a weirdo, but he's got the long hair. He's got like a love for himself. It's like eventually dudes maybe kind of like implode on themselves when they don't have that. There isn't a physical. There's a metaphorical hole that exists inside every dude where a chick belongs. It's kind of like in the brain verse, we have the penis because a knife, fucking key, penis. Those are all phallic things. They're things that could be penis-like. A penis could be a penis.
What? Since when?
There's a hole that's waiting to be filled, and in the brain it can be filled with a knife, or it could be filled with a key.
One sounds a
or
little
it could
more
be
pleasant.
filled with a penis. 3 things. There's always 3 options. Always fucking getting off track with dumb shit. We're talking about keys, and we're talking about and with a woman, I think it is well represented as like a penis vagina relationship, but in a reverse, because for us, we're not looking to be filled in our imaginations metaphorically. We're looking to be encompassed, to be like inside a bubble of safe and love and getting to do what I want to do. But also, chicks have to earn that, but also men
Should want to provide it.
Men didn't know because they've been selfish for many centuries. Women were dumber. When women didn't participate in politics, they had to like prove themselves, and they didn't want to do the things that men wanted to do, obviously, because they didn't participate in it. They maybe weren't necessarily dumb, they did other things, but because it was a different thing, it's like put those off to the side so they don't get our perspective in their world. So things just happened the way they did, and now we're here. They were gonna happen, and now it's like, what is it? The thing coming back up. Everybody wants the world to end, but what about ladies? Can I have an army of ladies to just say, hey, this is the best way to treat men, and this is their weaknesses, and you gotta use that against them to get them back on your side, but lead you both in the best way, because he's not gonna fucking listen to anything if he doesn't want to. Unless you take something from him that you gave to him that he wanted. Yeah. It sucks that it has to be like that, because, and maybe one day it doesn't have to be. Maybe even people just listening, they're like, okay, if I can reason with a woman, if I can reason with a man, what would that look like? Instead of, it's possible. Just like the cruel angel.
It's gonna take work.
What do you do? What work is there? I think what the woman is responsible for is something that men can't have, because they're more invulnerable than me. We have that level down of femininity that is just gonna be the way it's gonna be,
Yeah.
So we're a little, in this capacity, closer to nature. Like, you're physically closer to nature. You do the hunt and you do the fucking, I like doing things that make me feel closer to Earth or something. Put some dirt on my face and I'm like, oh, spider. In our minds, I think we can see closer to nature with our key dicks, our knife key dicks.
Knife key, just do it.
Then men can, because they were meant to create outside because they were gonna do it. And now we have the responsibility to look back upon it in our perspective and see where we can get along instead of fight wars. And women who yell at a fucking, in protests that are just like, wah! They're not they're just doing stupid war cries and then falling down when somebody pushes them out of the way. You know? It's in the mind, right? They're still trying to do the mind thing. I'm gonna yell at Telstar. Rah, 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 rah. I'm gonna make myself look loud with the colors that I put in my hair and be proud that dudes look better in dresses than me. That's how I get my strength.
Have we looked into gematria?
Gematria? Is that thing where numbers, you interpret, like you can add up numbers and it means something? I'm pretty sure that's... I watched a video after Trevor Moore died, where a guy it was some sort of gematria thing, where he added up the numbers of this guy's, or Trevor Moore's, birthday and Lorne Michaels, because he thought Lorne Michaels is the one responsible for Trevor Moore's death, or he got different numbers and compared them to each other to be like, oh, like Nike 666, that fucking black gay guy, so gross, so fucking demonic. Something added up to what the date that he introduces those shoes to everyone was like something 666.
Some sort of weird number theory thing that points out patterns.
Yeah, I don't know, weird.
It's not
everything's weird, I guess.
It's not like Candy Crush or Bejeweled or something like that.
Oh, no.
Gematria?
No, I don't think so. Well, we'll find out. Where do we... The eclipse releases the conscious levels. What if I told you that it's not gonna be the eclipse that gives it to you, but it's something that you had to obtain by listening to another human being and trying something that they have to offer? That it's not just that you can't have it unless you go to it. What if that was the case? What if I told you that?
Then the more you do it, the stronger you get.
Well, let's take it one step at a time there, bucko. Beauty always rises out of the ashes of destruction. Farmers at the end of the winter burn off the fields in preparation for the new season crops. That's probably a good, that's probably where they start doing it, because if there's, winter, it's probably wet. So it's, easier to burn without, causing a whole big fire, right?
Yeah.
And, I saw in... It was either that Tanzania or Australia, the people that were still living in, brush, they were doing, controlled burns to try to make things go good, and they did.
Yeah.
I guess it's that carbon thing we were talking about. You gotta do it in a specific way, though, right? Because you told me if there's too much, it could get too acidic.
Yeah.
Is that what happened to Africa? That people didn't know the good balance to how much you should burn? They just burned everything?
I'm not sure what happened in Africa.
If we start planting stuff, we should definitely know how to do that shit, if that was a good thing that worked.
Stuff out in Colorado, those huge fires, and there's still areas where, that ain't nothing fucking growing there.
Yeah. That definitely wasn't a controlled burn. Maybe it was an intentional burn sometimes.
Yeah. By a firefighter. It was started by a firefighter who
that's something
wanted to put out the
it?
fire, and wasn't able to.
Did she want to put out the fire, or did she want to be a firefighter because she dreamed about marrying a firefighter one day? And since that didn't happen, she was like, well, then I'll just go there and find me a husband. Because she did it because of a guy that she worked with, right?
I think so, yeah.
Just a little coincidence, right? Maybe there's more patterns like that chick who wore a diaper so she could go kill somebody in a...
Oh, the former astronaut lady?
Yeah. I'm so dedicated. She was ready to go. She tapped in as close as she could to a man, I think.
I will forfeit bathroom breaks and wear a diaper.
Yeah, so she went fucking blank to do that. She had to. Because she was probably hearing voices the whole time, what about this? What about this? Yeah. But, this is the consequence of this happening, or You know, I could be, I'm so tired, I just want to sleep, or, my diaper feels disgusting. She had to
block out those
block
signals.
out all of that. Imagine working, what was it called? The Dollar General, but being so gone that you wore a diaper so that you didn't have to go remind yourself that you were going to the bathroom. Is that possible? I mean, that would be a deep level of, I'm glad it's not that, at least. I mean, I imagine, are they making, do they have Dollar General diapers that they just give to their employees because they're like, no bathroom breaks or something? I wouldn't put it past them, but
Somebody
maybe we're not there yet. Maybe 2025. Fucking gross. Everything sucks. Oh, what were we talking about? Women? It was...
Yeah, knife, keys, stuff.
No, it was the fire. Oh, we were because we were talking about the fires. I feel like we've burned, you know?
Yeah.
That burning thing happened, and now it's time to start growing. What if it wasn't the eclipse that was going to do it? But what if there was something that would do it? But it took work.
Is it worth it?
Is it worth it? Let me search it. Find out how hard I got to work it. That's rhyming. Missy Elliott. Fucking Pedro Elliott. Whatever his name is. Garbage Day. Pauly Shore. More like Pauly Shorowitz. Am I right? Did it? Should we read? Is it time to read? Did we read all of the... like a tomcat or an alley cat? Nope. No, we got him as a kitten, and he meowed the whole way home, but silently, and he couldn't meow, and then he hit puberty, and he hasn't shut up. Not really sure what that's about. Maybe we don't give him enough attention. Maybe we couldn't advance his learning. Like, you know how I tried to play a lot of different games with him to try and get to do a lot of different things?
Yeah.
And he would sleep on me. I would try to talk to him. He was just kind of like, I'm busy. But he would kiss me when he wanted to. He still does. But then he's like, I'm not interested. Now he looks and stuff, but... maybe he is just... it's just something that... Socrates didn't go through it. Maybe he's just a special case.
Socrates got loud when...
like that? I thought it was just meow. His voice was a lot different.
Oh, yeah.
But he uses like this guttural thing. Where he's not talking like he does when he meows. He's talking... oh.
Yeah, he just...
Yeah.
yell. But still, the cat... there was a time where he found his voice.
Yeah.
And was acting obnoxious to us.
Yeah. There's only so much you can take, because it's like they're not telling you anything. Eventually it's like, you ate enough. We interacted. I don't have time to interact with you all day, you know? Oh, I just have to wait till he goes to sleep to do what I gotta do. You know, that's difficult. But I guess it's kind of like an alley cat, because we don't slaughter our animals' bowls off. People say that they're suffering, but it sounds like suffering, but he's fine. Because when he gets what he wants, he prances around. You know?
Yeah.
There's just an expression, just a personality that gets cut off when people do that. It's nerve-wracking, but, you know, it passes. We just gotta experience it and sometimes it doesn't happen as bad. And sometimes it gets a little weird. But that's life, right? Are we gonna cut our kids' balls off because we caught them masturbating, you know? I guess if you live in Canada. Am I right, fellas?
If I'm following the thing, it's self-reliance. I mean, I gotta do it myself. And yeah, it's not something I want to do.
Yeah, I'm not gonna cut off their balls. I'm not gonna put rubber bands on it like the farmers do the sheep. Now, if they make more sheep, well, that's more chicken for me. That's more wool for me, right? There's got to be a system that does all that shit better, because I'm sure people have been fucking it up this whole time.
Oh, God.
I think adding that kind of pain is a bad thing, and there has to be an alternative. Because people are so lazy with finding solutions. You know? Not to, but I would say that waiting for the eclipse to bring enlightenment is lazy, you know, because I think that there's a thing that people have to do. I reached an enlightenment, right? There's nothing an eclipse could do to me that would help me measure the world around me more. You know?
Yeah. Where's additional knowledge coming from? What's the source?
Yeah. We have the tools in our brains to figure the things out, you know? Maybe it's because somebody's gonna see a pattern in when the eclipse happens and like, oh, I just figured out a different math or something. But I don't think so. Maybe something will happen to me and I'm like, oh shit, it's just like this. It's just like the cruel angel. I gotta try to tell everybody, and they're like, whatever.
The amount of light that's hitting the planet, it's not much different than it normally is.
Who knows? Maybe demons will come out, and the only way to defeat them is reasoning with them. You can't use a sword. Nothing works. They're like White Walkers, but you gotta go, hey, I'm not scared of you, and I have to make you a better person now or something. Like, I have to reason with you why what you're doing is a bad thing.
I was trying to make friends.
Yeah. Hey, White Walkers, let's be friends. I mean, ideally, that would be the best thing, because the most unreasonable people, they would just get slaughtered. And I'd be okay with that. Everybody's like, what do we do? And why is this chick not being attacked? It's like, because it's the imagination manifest. Somebody has learned how to make the imagination and 3D project it out into the world, and for some reason, it's killing you physically, but I don't have any of those, and yours don't affect me, so whatever. Keep dying, or try this out. Try this bitch on for size. This bitch being a leather jacket that a motorcycle rider would wear. Because they probably like calling their bike, yo, this is my bitch.
I was in an MC once.
Men love making clubs. Ours like never work out. But it's never usually like violent clubs. I mean, what's the rollerblading?
Lady fight clubs.
Lady fight
They're
clubs.
everywhere. I've seen it.
Yeah. They wrote a movie once. It was called Lady Fight Club, where it was exactly like Fight Club, but the ladies did it. And it came out first. There's no difference between men and women.
You know how I did the all ladies remake with Ghostbusters? Can you do the all ladies remake of Fight
Oh
Club?
my god!
You have a fat funny one?
Husband, can you write that down? We need to make that a fucking a thumbnail. Yeah. Should we do it like seriously, where we make it look like it's real, like coming to theaters, fucking soon, or like have like girls crying or something,
A lady makes up an imaginary friend and it helps
or like
her.
they're both fat or something fighting, and the season finale, the fattest one has to fight just a normal guy that was like, I want in. Okay. And then she still gets her shit knocked out.
So fucking beat up.
Or he just fucking hits her once, right exactly where she needs to be hit for her to go out.
She's sleeping.
Lady Fight Club. Why Hollywood? All those dirty Jewish Hollywood fucking child biting penis fuckers. $1 million idea.
I Hey, this shit writes itself. Get Hollywood on the phone. We got their next hit.
Call fucking Disney.
Oh yeah.
Fucking get Heather McLaughlin out of retirement. Bring Clint Eastwood in it, cause Lady Fight Club is in the same universe as that Clint Eastwood
The $1 Million Baby.
$1 Million Baby. Now this is just Lady Fight Club, and he's smoking a cigar. Fucking, they're still listening to a fucking guy. This Fight Club, he's the one that fucking brought it together, and the girls just. He probably puts a wig on. He tricks them all. He's like, hey, I'm a demisexual fucking old lady, and I'm here to teach you how to fight the patriarchy. And it's just a bunch of fat losers who with blonde or with blue fucking hair punching each other.
What support groups do they go to?
Fucking only on Zoom because it's hard for them to go outside. And, and they're all on Discord. It's all fucking Discord moderators that are fucking...
Just a bunch of girls on TikTok.
Yeah, dancing about how healthy it is to eat cheeseburgers all the time from McDonald's. Fight the patriarchy.
Project Mayhem's their new social media influence group.
Oh. Project May Hamburger. If we're sticking with the fat thing. But it could be small people too. There aren't a lot there. I don't think there are a lot of those people who are thin. I don't think they would participate in Fight Club. They would just sit around and do other TikToks with cat faces on. Instead of, look at how good I look in my Levi jeans. This is the day in the life of an overweight person in an office where she can't fit in her own door. I wake up and have 3 cheeseburgers and a latte. Extra grande. Fucking whatever it's doing. Okay, sorry. Project Maxi Pad. Already blazing my own trail. I'm not looking for your acceptance or praise or ridicule. I live my testimony. Well, so does your testimony involve truth? Is it measurable? And
what effect does it have on every other person you interact with?
Because it's not about getting approval. It's following the same trail. If you're following good, you're following good. We don't get to decide what our trails are. And if it's not good, then it's not good. You know? I don't decide that. Fucking Jupiter doesn't decide that. You don't decide. Nobody decides that. It's just a measurable thing that occurs in the universe, just like electricity.
Yeah.
What are you looking at?
Just some of our notes from...
Anything you want to talk about so I don't run my mouth all the time?
Just keep going, wife.
Okay. I don't need others. I would disagree. You needed your wife, right? I mean, you weren't born with her. There was a point where there was like other people needed, and we need each other to get good stuff, right? Not everybody, like Socrates says, not everybody can fix their shoes and raise all the different animals and do this and build houses. So, I mean, this is a thing, like we were talking about building that, the pizza oven.
Yeah.
If one has to rely on others to build that pizza oven, right?
Yeah.
You need somebody to build that pizza oven for you, right?
Yeah.
But if that's what gets in the way of getting a pizza oven, then do you want that pizza oven? It's like separating man, nature, and the universe. That it know what your wants and needs are. If you say that you want something and it's only obtained with other people, you know?
Yeah.
Right now we have no choice because you got to work, right? There's an interaction with the people that tip you. That's a need, and realizing needs and wants isn't just what we need and want. It's also things we can't help at the moment. But if we don't see it the way it is, it's always going to be that way. And it's always just going to be like, maybe the eclipse will uneclipse people's eyes or something. Just shit like that. You know? I don't understand why it's like somebody's approval is... hold on. Why learning from someone else equals approval versus the eclipse just giving people information. I think people think that we're all separate because we all think that good is a different thing when it's not. That's, I think, how we got here to the agathoptics thing.
Yeah.
Because everybody thinks that they do their own truth, their own testimony, the religious thing even.
There's no...
Every man can just decide his own fate when that's not true.
There's no consideration in whether what the fuck I'm doing is good.
Well, the thing is, there's no consideration of who controls you. Let's say I don't need anybody, but be controlled. You do need someone because they're forcing you to need them.
How it's influencing other people. You know, I want you to call me this, call me that, deny reality. So you're forcing a situation where I have to change to a falsitude that is making me worse.
Wait, so you're saying that, the people that force themselves on you is a thing that's doing a bad thing?
Yeah, they're doing the same shit. I'm living my best life. You won't stay in your lane.
Yeah, when an individual lives their own testimony, that forces other people to live their testimony as well. Because there's going to be a clash. But thankfully for everyone, there's an outside system to follow, much like calculus, much like geometry, much like the rotations of the Earth and when you see an eclipse, that determines a path in life so that none of that is an issue. Because it's completely... it relies on self-reliance. And knowing when you don't have self-reliance. You can't make a baby by yourself. So there is some degree of reliance. Unless you think you control everything around you, including your the family around you. Which is how a lot of dudes have thought in the past. Well, we need each other. If you want gas in the car, you need fucking everything that's going on. We could not need that stuff, but we have to see that we need it right now. And work backwards instead of denying reality. Wouldn't you say, husband?
I would. I would also say that,
Amy Schumer as Bob who has bitch tits. Do you think she would do it? Amy Schumerberg?
Amy Schumer is essentially Meatloaf.
She's the hardest. She believes in the project the most. She said, hey guys, I got us all ding-dongs. And so, Amy, you know that we don't like anything phallic-shaped here. Sorry, I guess I'll just go eat them in the bathroom by myself. Anybody want to hear a period joke? Maybe it should be me playing Amy Schumer as Bob with bitch tits, because you know this bitch isn't going to fucking like it, because I'm going to make her say something anti-Semitic. And she'll have fucking Jewish stars on her nipples. Both of them. To replace the nipples she lost in the cancer battle. Instead of testicular cancer, because she'll call it testicular. My woman testicular cancer is flaring up or some shit.
All the girls got their boobs lopped off instead.
Oh God, how deep down this rabbit hole are we gonna go where everybody's boobs
then you
are
can have
now
that
lopped
fucking
off?
gross Ellen Page chick, isn't?
Oh my goodness, she'll be shirtless the entire time. Should she be fucking...
She can be in the Fight Club.
She could be the main character, the Edwin Tangers, whoever played him. I forgot what his name is.
Edward Norton?
Yeah, Edward Norton. She kind of looks like him, like if he stopped eating for a few years and was a woman with his tits lobbed off. And she could just get the shit. Oh, it's great that I'm getting the shit beat out of me, and I feel so good.
So
but also,
empowering.
I go home and cut myself and masturbate to things that don't make me feel because my vagina doesn't work anymore. Oh yeah, let me jerk it. She'll masturbate her nasty penis that has like staples and shit in it.
Oh god.
And the blood, and she's like, ow. Oh, I love this. Ooh, look, I'm coming. And then nothing happens and her dick doesn't even go down because that shit is made out of, like, elbow cartilage or whatever.
Man.
It's, like, right under her belly button.
Doctor didn't place it right. But that's okay. This is fine.
She has a friend that's super honest with her and draws a little, a black hole next to the wiener so that her belly button and the little marker mark makes her look like an elephant, and she wakes up and sees that and she just tears her apart. Every time she puts a little penny in her belly button so it looks like a Monopoly guy. Like, hey, you're being controlled by the fucking Illuminati. No, I'm not. And then she starts jerking her fucking fake dick again. And then the whole world falls apart. That's where this shit how depraved can it be? Because and that's how it ends. She meets a guy and they watch something burn and then she's like, maybe I shouldn't have fucking chopped my dick off, and it's a good story. So, maybe I shouldn't have chopped my elbow off to make a dick. That's how it works with chicks. Yeah. And it's like
sewn my vag shut because I really want a baby.
There's like Bruce Jenner or whatever is the guy who was like, oh shit, why do we do this with each other? He calls everyone, I'm horny right now, Ellen.
Ugh.
What are you wearing, sweetie?
Is that the one that Marla, that she takes the pills?
Yeah. Oh, hey, Elliot Page.
Oh,
I took a bunch of pills because I want to die.
Just that fucking slow motion scene.
Where they're doing sex and there's like blood and pus.
So Ellen Page has to slow motion sport fuck Bruce Jenner.
Yeah.
Oh man, that is not a good visual.
No, the whole thing is just disgusting.
Yeah, it's not making me feel good.
That's what they did in Fight Club, right? They wanted to look dingier. They put like that kind of green hue on everything.
Yeah, everything looks moldy and gross.
Marla has a disgusting room. She looks like she's greasy.
Like there's sex juice everywhere.
That's city for you. There's always like wet pavement smell on them because they just fall. People fall all the time on the street, and then you gotta walk home with that shit. And everything smells disgusting. So she looks like she fell in the street a few times and now has garbage juice in her hair.
Ugh. That's gross.
It's disgusting. He gets shot at the end, too.
Yeah.
So there's just blood fucking pouring. Maybe Ellen Page could get her period when, her Tyler Durden.
Oh, she gets shot in the vag and she's like, it's back.
Oh my goodness, it could be Ellen Page like as the scrawny thing, but then like Brad Pitt as how Ellen Page thinks Elliot Page looks, or how it would be Tyler Durden just beating the fuck out of her all the time. And then at the end she's like, I am a girl, because she sees all the period blood coming out of her. After fucking Brad Pitt fucking gives her one right in the fucking dick and pops that shit over to space. His skin wasn't gonna work. She can't reattach it anyway, so she's just gonna have to deal with it. But at least that dick is gone. And she knows she still has ovaries. So maybe her and, what's-his-face can have a baby together. No, he doesn't have a dick, though. Or he does. He was joking the whole... He was like, I wanted to look like a woman, but I still wanted to masturbate with my penis, so let's do it. Let's make a baby. Let's make this with all the hormones that have destroyed our freaking bodies. Let's make a baby. I love you, sweetie. Fucking takes his makeup off with his fucking hand and is just a horrible fucking ghoulish face.
Fucking 70-year-old fucking man.
Takes the scotch tape that's fucking holding his hairline all the way fucking back, holding his wrinkles back. Looking like Droopy the dog. I feel so alive. This is what we did instead of reading the fucking Bible. That's fine.
Well, I think we should start moving towards other things.
Like what?
Like, I think I need to do some stuff in the kitchen and get things.
Oh,
made,
yeah,
and
we should probably eat
I
stuff.
got life stuff that I gotta take care of.
Okay. Good life stuff or bad life stuff?
Life stuff that moves us forward.
Okay, cool. Well, I don't need... You want a pizza oven, but you don't need a pizza oven. So there's the separation between having a desire for something and knowing what you want it to look like, but then not working for it. Don't you think? At least I've noticed in myself that when I want things that I don't plan on getting, that I lose part of myself. And then I can find other things that I do want and work towards those. You know what I mean? It's like if you got 3 fishing lines and one is in the dirt and you keep fishing for fish in the dirt, like you're wasting that line when you're looking for a bunch of fish. Or else why would you have brought 5 fishing poles to the fucking lake? Because you plan on fishing, you plan on getting fish. It's like taking 5 fishing poles, lugging all that stuff, and then just
not casting,
standing in the mud and masturbating to fucking something on the cell phone.
Man, the fish is going real good.
That's probably how Michael Douglas fishes. Oh yeah, honey, I'm just going fucking fish. Oh, look at all these. I love fishing. Look at all these fishing poles I have.
Hey, fish, I get fucked.
Yeah. Oh, gross. Treat people with respect. That's a hard thing to define, though, isn't it? Is respect what you believe respect is, or is respect what other people feel respect is because they're the one feeling respected? Because there's a lot of things with you, husband, right? You were like, how are you going to tell me that I'm not treating you with respect? And I'm like, well, because I don't feel respected. How can you tell me I don't love you if I know I love you? Well, you don't make me feel loved. Well, what does that matter? So things can just hurt and we shouldn't talk about it?
No, that's not the case. Even though I said it was at the time, like an idiot.
And even have to think about respect, that's having to rely on or giving something for other people, right?
Yeah.
That's not reliance, but there's still a relationship where you have to have an interaction with other people. And guess what? They're going to try to rely on you all the time. I tried to not rely on anybody, but, you know, like, hey, you know how you're always asking me for shit? I could really use a friend right now. And they're like, nah. You know, it's draining to not rely on other people when there's going to be people relying on you. Just the way of the world, I reckon.
Do people look for respect instead of empathy?
I say that respect is earned. I don't respect nobody. I don't think that there's... I think it puts an implication that other people tell me what respect is, right? And if I just flat out don't want to give nobody respect, but there's just a distance that I'm not going to treat you the way I don't want to be treated. I'm not going to just randomly push people around because that could happen to me. So I'm not going to add to that environment. But with respect, it's like doing something for someone, or even just calling it respect, and it is just not doing what you don't want done to you. Because people are like, have some respect. And it's like, what are you talking about? You know,
what do I gotta say please and thank you? What is respect?
Yeah. It's like temperance or judgment. Ooh, weren't we writing words like that? Yeah, justice. Fucking, judgment was, I think, one that we were talking about that applied to justice. Because justice is judging. But so is temperance. We had some sort of bunch of Jewish words that don't have... They're a concept that everybody calls them or gives them their own definition, you know?
Don't.
And not that they're influenced to treat people, because if you go into an office and you want to fucking say, hey motherfucker, you did bad things, you got toxic poisoning all over. No, show some respect. You can't speak like that here.
I've been doing this for so long. Have some respect.
Uh-huh.
I've been killing people for years. I know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
You're not doing it good.
Respect is the thing that I think it does the most to people is to hide things. It makes things less obvious, you know?
Respect is only something that can be measured from a person's view inside. It's not something that exists on the outside. It can't be measured by everybody. Fuck measuring by respect.
Yeah. Something, if we call respect, I guess we would have to live by it and always say it because it has such other connotations. Respect is treating people the way I would want to be treated. But now you have to prove that. Right? If you're just doing it and you're saying you're doing it and you're not questioning it, maybe you're not doing it. There's like all these pitfalls in the way human sees things right now. Because there's not that tether. There's a tether to culture, religion, politics, and money. That all of those manners, the culture of the Japanese people, they bow or they do this or they call konnichiwa fucking when it's a formal thing and konnichiwa when it's an informal thing. It's a bunch of arbitrary bullshit rules that drown out the meaning of doing and living and existing. Oh yeah. You have an oven that you worked for, but also you did express a desire for a pizza oven that looks like a dragon. So, I mean, that thing is still there. The desire was still expressed.
You put efforts into forming the words to express to us that you wanted a thing. You made a conscious decision to talk about it. So.
Yeah, and I'm saying that has a connection to getting it or not. Because to want something, to desire something, is to do something. You know what I mean? It's not just I can say or do whatever I want. If we watch murder porn all the time, that's not gonna not affect us. You know, in the most extreme case. So if we want that thing and we get it, what does that say about us? And if we want that thing and don't get it, we don't obtain it, why are we even wasting our time saying it? Oh, you want to watch some murder porn tonight? And just, not even as a joke, there's no fucking it doesn't make us laugh. I've watched murder porn once and I didn't like it. But is an intention that is put out into the world. There's an effort in just saying the words alone and to think about it and say, I want it shaped like this and stuff. You know?
Yeah.
It's separating things into its very final, into its most fundamental shapes. Because having an oven doesn't change that you wanted a pizza oven in the shape of a dragon. I'm just commenting along with your conversation and the way you talk shit on everything. I say I could totally see why I'm being the only one watching. You all have a good day. I agree with a lot of what you're saying, but I'm just commenting along with your conversation. And the way you talk shit. Well, I mean, if there's a contradiction, you bring it up, right?
Yeah.
That's conversation.
Yeah, I think so. Should we just talk about the weather? Should we talk about things that don't matter?
Where would one expect to go when something is being said contrary to what I'm saying? Should I go in the direction of the contrary thing and just continue to be contrary? How do you treat conversations with children? How do you teach them what a good conversation is? If it's not, is it just joking around? I don't understand what the problem is. You know what I mean?
Yeah. There's hurt that comes with examining who the fuck you are, and like, you're talking shit about me. Well, am I doing things?
It's just it's like saying actually. You're actually talking shit. So you're saying what I'm saying is not a good thing, then, right? So then, what's the alternative?
Keep doing the things we're doing, where everybody's dying and getting fucked, and
it seems like people just want status quo.
Yeah.
That everybody just finds a place to exist together where the natural order of what the men's power and how they feel is in control. And that's just not gonna fucking happen. That is the stupid, and I gotta criticize it because it's stupid. The way men want order in things is personal, it's emotional, and it's retarded. And they're doing it fucking wrong. So if I'm going to sit here and talk about how men and women are different, if I see the difference in men and women, I see the problem, and okay, you agree with me, but you're also doing the fucking retarded contrary thing. Right?
Yeah. Been there. I've done that plenty.
So don't address it?
No, we don't get to understanding, we don't get to move on to see what the solution is if we don't address the problem.
What makes one think that the necessary thing or the best thing to do is make a contrary comment to what you're listening to? If it's not to get some information back, or if it's just to be challenging, because listen, if you're what do we talk about? Fucking should we break down everything? Should we break down the stupidest things, like waiting for enlightenment to come with an eclipse? Then hey, you're being, there's something you're doing that's wrong. There's something that you're doing that's wrong. There's a lot of things that everybody is doing that's wrong. And there's a lot of things that I did that was fucking wrong. And I still do fucking wrong things, but I do less wrong things than I did before. Because I followed the fucking science. Follow the science. Or what do they say? Trust the science.
Risk trust.
If there's no point in communication if I don't understand what somebody's saying.
Yeah.
If you're like, I do my own thing, and it's like, well, no, you don't, because you exist with other people. Is that too hard for you? Are you too sensitive to fucking understand that?
Where's the problem?
I know why people don't fucking watch us either, because they're too much of a pussy to. They're either too pussy or too retarded, because these kids, they're so dumb. They don't understand anything. And we got these sensitive boys out here fucking on Twitch for some reason at 3 o'clock in the morning. What are you doing? Because you can't go criticize your wife then. Go have these conversations with your wife then. Oh, but I can't control my children. They want to go to the city all the time. They get mad. Oh, but I don't want to make a fucking oven because I don't want to rely on people. And also I don't have to live with anybody. I don't have to have one. So then why are you fucking talking about it?
You're not looking for solutions.
If we're going to talk about something, we're going to analyze it. And if you don't like analyzing, well, that's why nobody's here, because they don't like analyzing shit.
It comes with self-reflection. It hurts.
I didn't ask nobody to fucking interrupt me when I was talking. You're not helping me. I'm trying to help you, motherfuckers. Because you need help. You're crying out for help, and you're rejecting the fucking help that you're given. And you're accepting stupid advice. Oh, what do we do? The Democrats and the Republicans. Oh, let's not fucking think about any of that. Let's think about something else. You're a racist. How am I supposed to have a good day? Right? You want to tell me, just like a man trying to tell me what to do, right? Have a good day. I can't have a good day while you're sitting out there being retarded. And you were so close, too. You were like, oh, I can relate to what you're saying because of this. Right? So how do I change myself to appease everybody? Does nobody understand how the fucking internet works? If PewDiePie goes on live stream, he's not going to be able to just be himself because he knows he is whatever the fuck people made him for the 20 years he's been doing it. And that's why he's self-conscious and he's trying to read fucking stupid philosophy, bad philosophy. Because it fits what he needs to be for the environment that he's in. And I'm saying, fuck that. I can't have a good day until people stop being stupid.
Can you have a good day when there are corporations out there like 3M poisoning everybody?
I think it's stupid to ever fucking tell somebody to have a good day. I think that's the word. I think communication is bad. So you say things and you made it a part of yourself and it's wrong. Get over it. Find something else. Or find the reason for what you're doing. Go ahead. I'm finding the reason for what I'm doing and you're saying that I shouldn't exist.
Find the reasoning why this was said.
Mm-hmm.
It might reveal something to you.
Mm-hmm.
And take your opinions out of it. Alright, baby, let's wrap it up.
Okay.
I love you.
I love you.
We didn't get to quite do what we set out to do, but
It's on the agenda. We don't fuck agendas.
alright, love you, baby.
Love you.